Hello, everybody, and welcome to the last round, round 9 of Aktobe Open. My name is Laura Unuk, and I am joined by Raluca Sgîrcea. Hello, Raluca. Good morning. How are you doing? Are we
Good morning,
surviving?
Laura. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. Where are you guys watching from? Thank you for joining us this early. Laura
Mhm.
is very fresh. And I think we matched again for the last round
Yes.
to say goodbye to you in style.
Yeah, hello. As you can see, we have so much energy. Okay, let's have a bit more coffee now.
Yeah, we're ready. I'm sure the players are already fighting it out. I
Uh-huh.
think we have a few moves.
Yes,
For them,
let's.
it's what, 10 o'clock, so they should be okay.
They should be surviving, absolutely.
Surviving, yes.
Absolutely. Yeah, I just wanted, before we move on to the games, just wanted to also welcome everybody that is alive with us right now, even though I know it might seem hard. We are gonna go through it together. If you have some interesting facts or questions, all of them are welcome. Wanted to go through the top standings before we know exactly who the winner is going to be, but given the opening choice, honestly, I think Sarana is, I would dare to say, 99%, so maybe even almost 100% chance winner of Aktobe, first Aktobe Open actually, um, that's taking place in Kazakhstan.
Yeah, so we have Sarana, as
Mhm.
Laura is saying, with 6.5 out of 8. And we have a sole second player with 6 out of
Mhm.
8, Tsidipov. He's facing Sarana today. They are already playing the first opening moves. And then we have a pack of people, a lot of people up to 11th rank with 5.5. I think all these people have a chance to the top three places, and they will,
Absolutely.
yeah, it depends on what you do. They do today. Many times in opens, last round is the most important, right? You
Yeah.
win it, and then you're uh, you're in the top standings, and you
Yeah.
lose it, and you're.
It's always the most important route. You can play as well as you want, but at the end, if you lose, you drop, you lose the prizes. If you win, you get a lot of prizes. So
Yeah.
that's why, last round is always this kind of morning round. Also they're playing. It's 12 o'clock, I think, their time, right? There's 5 hours difference.
10 in Kazakhstan.
Oh, yes.
It's 10
Oh,
o'clock.
it's
Yeah.
10 o'clock. Okay, yeah.
Good morning, Pawn March Destroyer.
Hello, not yet ready for mathematical calculations yet. Um, I just remember it was GTM plus 5 or something like this, and I was like, oh, okay, that sounds like correct, correct thing. But we
to
are
make it
GM2
easier for
plus 2.
everyone, um, when you go on chess results, you actually see the time that the players started. So we're not really ready for math.
No, it's all
It's
10
only
0
7. So yeah, um,
It's okay.
we're using every resource that I have.
Uh-huh, yeah, 4 hours ahead. Yeah, in just results it says 10:00, so their time they're starting 10:00. Okay, so there's 3 hour difference that is survivable um for us.
And good morning, Newt. You have been here with us every day. Thank you very much.
Yes, it is indeed very, very nice. Um, and yeah, do you want to move on to the game? Because I see
Oh, yes.
Sarana. We see there was actually Nimzo, but not any type of Nimzo, not E3, not Knight F3, not Bishop D2, but F3 Nimzo. And I
Mhm.
swear I am impressed, but I do not see this at the top level. Oh yeah, sorry, let me sync and rec. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to say
Yeah,
that.
F3 nim. So here we go. Now we can see each
Yeah.
other. Yeah, and this is very dangerous opening, I think.
We were saying yesterday that maybe Sarana is gonna play it safe with white. Maybe he's gonna go for a
Maybe.
draw. And then he woke up today and thought, no, I'm gonna go for
Chose.
the most aggressive line in the Nimso.
Yeah, woke up and chose violence,
Violence,
I
yes.
would do that too in the morning round, just like,
You look today very aggressive, Laura.
what I wanted to say, we match again with blue and white. Like
Yep, yep,
this,
yep.
I swear we do not talk about it before the round, but somehow we always come in these matching colors.
And it's funny because at least I only noticed when we start the stream,
Ah, yeah, that's true.
because we meet earlier, but I cannot see Laura
Yeah,
yet.
I'm hiding. I'm hiding
She's
from her.
hiding. It's always a surprise when I see her on stream.
Yeah, it's just like yeah, and also it's so hot. It's a 7 a.m., but it's so hot. I cannot leave my hair down because I will start crying because of the heat. So Laura looks very aggressive. Yay! As you can see, me in mornings definitely aggressive. Do not talk to me before the morning round. Definitely do not talk to me before my coffee.
Okay. Okay. I'll keep that in mind next time I see you. I will just know this is not Laura.
Yeah,
So
just
move
I
away.
swear, completely different people, completely different people. But okay, what is also like okay, let's see what actually Tipido has. This is what I wanted to say. See, my brain is
Mhm.
starting to slowly work. Tipido was actually one of the players that Lichess covered expenses to because he won
Mhm.
the qualifications.
So look
Sidipo,
at that. Would be very nice you to qualify to this tournament through the Lichess qualifiers and get a nice prize.
I'm pretty sure he's in a very nice competing prize. There's a prize pool of over $100,000, I think, for all opens
Mhm.
together. But I mean, I'm sure for second place, it's already amazing, amazing prize. We will check later when we will know the standings, and see how
But
many.
I think
Mhm.
it was 15,000. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
double
you
check
can.
that. It was 1800 for the first place,
Mhm.
and 1400 it's for the
Second?
14,000. I'm sorry, 14,000.
Yeah.
It's morning. 14,000 for
14,000.
yes.
14,000. Oh, I see. In third place, $10,000, and the it goes all the way to 15th place, where the 15th place scores $1,000. I mean, even that, I would take it. I would
And
take it.
best woman is also 1,000.
That's also 1,000. It's only one prize though, which is okay. A bit. It's fair because there are not a lot of women playing, but of course it would be nicer if there were also three women prizes. But good enough for the start. I'm not gonna complain.
So what do we have after d5?
Yeah.
I think
Let's. Ooh, it's B5.
yes.
Yeah. Okay, aggressive. So Sidipo also woke up and chose violence today against
Mhm.
F3. He was like, okay, you're not gonna mess around with me today. I actually prepared this with black pieces myself once. I never played it. I
Mm.
just prepared it. And I love this line with black pieces. It looks so interesting, but you have to know a lot. Let's see. Who will be the first one that will start thinking? So knight f4, g5. Oh, exactly this line.
Mm.
So basically knight f4 is provoking g5 because this is now a weakness, and now black has to do something about it. And yeah, this is actually usually the line, and I have to
Mhm.
disappoint you. I think
It ends in a draw.
usually ends in a draw.
Yeah, I was going to ask. When I saw g5, I was going to ask, don't tell me that it also ends in a draw after all the
I th
violence.
I think after all that violence, let's see, these are all made moves. This has already been played before, at least I think 15 times. Also, according to Lichess database, I would dare to say more. But
Mhm.
I remember analyzing this myself, and I think it's of course 0-0. Even though is here the move would be knight d3, forcing king g1, and here rook b8. Rook b8 followed by rook b2 would be would end in a draw. For example, after knight d4, now white is sacrificing a piece, and after takes, you're forced to take this one. And at the end of all these exchanges, takes, here I think
Takes, yes.
this is the draw.
Oh my God.
This is now the draw. Yeah. This is now the draw, and this has finished in a draw in many games. I think something like this. Many takes. Yeah, we know this is chess, but Sidipo, he was like, you know what, let's try something new, go knight h5.
Also in prep.
It
Yep.
is, yeah. This is actually like also very good move, but I guess it has different intentions because actually here black has won some games. So
So who knows?
rook h2 by Sarana, and now again it's in question. So finally knight d3, king g1, and I wonder if we will still see something like this or we will see something else now by cd4.
I don't know. Rook b8 looks natural. Yeah. So, oh, knight e5.
Okay. So do you think this is a draw offer? Like, okay, go king f2 now. No, right?
Maybe no. Maybe that is.
Mm,
I see two games and a draw after king f2, so I would guess it's the repetition.
oh no. Oh no. Yeah, these violent lights have to end in a draw at top level chess. Yeah, I do agree. Somehow they always do. But come on. So this is now a threat, knight f3.
Yeah.
So maybe we don't have a choice because we cannot really defend it in an
Queen e3, would that
yeah,
defend? It looks very strange.
it looks very strange to put your queen here, but I guess it would defend it.
No, here goes queen f2.
Yeah,
King f2,
but
sorry.
what is wrong with this move? I wonder, is it f5 or something? No, cannot be f5, right? But something has to be wrong with it.
Something has to be wrong with it.
I swear.
Knight f3 wouldn't work anymore.
No. Queen
No
is still
funny things.
defended as well, yeah. How do I remember all this? I don't know. I'm excited by crazy lines. The crazy lines make me like, oh, okay, this is chess, this is not some theory. Oh no, okay, so let's just go to the game first and before we see what's happening.
Oh,
And
we already have two repetitions.
I'm pretty sure, Sarana would be very happy to secure the draw and secure the tournament win. Nobody can catch him. So why?
So this is actually a third repetition with king f2. He could have claimed draw if he wanted.
I think that this is actually already ended in a draw. Here, rook b8 was actually the best move for black. And it's apparently unpleasant because of rook b2.
I thought, I thought maybe rook b8, but then with the queen on e3, I also thought maybe it's not rook b8 anymore.
It is still, because this is apparently very unpleasant for white. Interesting.
No, I can understand that. How am I going to get this bishop out and this rook? I don't feel like white is in a position to say, oh, you know what, I'm gonna play for a win.
Yeah, I don't think so either. After all these aggressive lines, I'm so sad to tell you that this game has ended in a draw, and yeah, that is a bit unfortunate.
We can only congratulate Sarana.
No, good job.
Who probably already won the tournament. Yeah, he did. Nobody can catch up with him.
Nobody.
Sidipo was the only one who could.
Yes, he is very happy sitting on 7 out of 9, so only 4 draws and no losses for Sarana. So yeah, congratulations. And also Tsidipo, I mean, having an amazing tournament.
He might finish second, right? After all this.
Yeah, I think
depends if anyone wins.
Yeah. After drawing Sarana, I think his Buchholz is already going much higher, and I also think he's gonna be top contender for second place. Great score.
7 out of 9 is a great score. Yeah, especially in this open. It's a great score for any normal open, let's say. But for this open, where the lowest rated player is 2300. No, I think we have someone 2200, but still. It was just one player who got a wild card. It's even more impressive, yeah?
Yeah. No, it's absolutely impressive from both sides. So it's sad, however, that Wang Hao didn't win yesterday, so he would have been competing. He was.
We haven't seen a matchup between the top two players.
We really wanted to see Wang Hao versus Sarana today, but Wang Hao had different plans in mind. He was like, no, let me draw and maybe try to win today.
Sure, that's exactly how it went.
Yeah, totally. That's exactly why he missed his opportunity. But a6 on the board. Okay, I love this. I play this myself. The point is
this called the Janowski variation, or am I?
I have no clue.
Could be. Yeah.
I have no clue. Is it Janowski? Okay.
I think so. Unless I'm missing up, maybe. Yeah, I think this is it. I'm not
Okay.
sure if the knight is on c3.
Ah, yes, so this could be, but yeah, I think
Janovsky.
in general, I think this is okay. And I've never actually heard of this name. We don't talk about it in Slovenia, I guess. Enough about the names. We just talk, play a6 and c5, you know,
Yeah,
sounds
yeah.
simple enough. But okay, Janowski, very, very nice. And let's see how uh, we are continuing here. These are all very classic ideas, and I wonder, yes, how will white continue now? Has some options with queen c2, with h3, even bishop f4. Now that the
Mhm.
queen is not on c7 yet, this is actually very typical. What
What
would
would
we go for?
happen? Yeah, queen c2 maybe looks natural to me.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking that on h3, maybe then queen c7 and the bishop would have difficulties coming back.
Mm,
Ah, you're gonna go knight e2 anyway.
probably right.
Yeah, yeah. And then the bishop comes back anyway.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Maybe there will be a minority attack in this position. That's usually the plan. Yeah, if the knight's on f3,
Yes.
the classical plan is to go for a minority attack with a3 before a4 and b5.
Mm-hmm,
If the knight was on e2, we saw a few days ago the Rubinstein variation of the Nimso. Sometimes the knight can go to e2, and then you would have an extra plan where you could try and play for e4. But
mm-hmm,
here with the knight on f3, the classical plan is the minority attack. I think I have also seen a plan with e4,
mm-hmm.
although I personally don't like it so much, but I know it exists.
Yeah, you are right. It does exist, but you don't want to go for it unless you have something concrete in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So I think bishop f4, yes, being the main line here, it will be followed by queen c7, and I think this will transpose to takes takes. And now, yes, like either this, either, I don't know, rook b1, h3, depends. We have so many options. Maybe even rook e1, like you suggested before, looking at e4, and after castles just playing some slow chess, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, I told you I don't really like the plan with
Mm-hmm.
e4 a
Yeah.
lot. So I probably wouldn't put my rook on e1. I would
Yeah.
probably go for queen c2 or even
Yeah,
rook
I think
b1 here. I don't know if it's already
same.
okay to play it, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
something like that.
Yeah, sometimes then your plan could be, for example, going b4 immediately, because after taking, then you could say,
Since rook
oh,
b1 up.
yeah, that okay, this one is hanging and this is strong enough for the activity, but you know, it depends of the day, you know. Some positions are good in this, some are not. But oh wait, so after queen c7, actually, white didn't
Queen
take, but
d2.
he played queen d2.
Ah,
Ah,
so he doesn't mind
he
this
would
pawn structure. Yeah.
actually, he's inviting black to take it and say, you know what, you can say that my pawn structure is weaker, but actually it's stronger because my knight on e5 would be supported by two very strong pawns.
And then we
If you,
have this.
yeah, yeah, five being, of course, yes, very, very strong move. And also, whenever black will decide to go c5, it's not that dangerous because then d5 pawn will be a weakness anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I very much like this. I think I also play this with white sometimes. So you see, I already forgot. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I did. But this queen d2 idea, it's something I enjoy for sure. Going
Sometimes white allows this structure, right, in these
yeah.
queen's pawn openings. The point is that you can always defend the pawn if you need to with g3, and you have absolutely no problems. You have the light square bishop, and you're covering all the squares. And
Mhm,
yeah, that e5 square is going to be under a lot of control.
mhm.
Maybe rook fc1 coming. Maybe rook fc1 coming.
Yeah,
And then it makes more sense to start b4 and b5, right? I mean, rook b1 and b4.
yeah. There's so many ways to play here for white. I think this is of course harder to play for Van Kao. But except if you're an expert, if you're an expert in this type of structures, then it's okay. But in general, I think this is easier to play for white. Actually, talking about this position, I played something very similar to this against Rasmus Svane,
Mhm.
because he was a your co-commentator
Yeah,
2 days
the other
ago.
day.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I remember I thought, oh, white has such a simple plan. We will go here, we will go here, we will go here, then here, rook b1. Of course, I lost that game, yeah. So he proved me that even with black pieces, even this very stable structure, he made some very interesting maneuvers. Played g6, maybe put a knight on g7, put a bishop on
That's
f5,
typical as well, yeah.
h5. Yeah, this was his plan. And at the end, he beat me on the king side. No checkmate, but he just showed, you know what, I'm stronger here.
Yeah, actually, sometimes black can do something on the king side. That's a good point. And you usually have a problem with this bishop. You don't find an easy way to get it out. So a lot of times, what black does do is this idea to put the knight on g7 and then the bishop goes to f5, yeah, with g6. It's very strange looking, but that's what it does. If you
Yep, it works.
if you see some strange knight maneuvers, they might be rerouting to g7.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, it works. And I see a result on board number 3 as well. Let's see how Zhu versus Sargsyan ended. Sargsyan, I think, not having a very good tournament in general, so maybe wanting to finish it as soon as possible. Let's see which opening they chose. Oh, so they just decided to go into an endgame with bad pawn structure for white, but a pawn up. So I think Shant being prepared and just
they found a repetition.
They found it, yeah. No need to search for anything. They just found it.
I thought when we started the game and saw that it had already been a draw, I thought the repetition was on move 4, 95, 93 for a moment. But yeah, it was a bit more complex than that.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
So yeah, they showing some opening theory, and at the end, when they realize, oh, we both know it, and then they say, okay, let's draw. We both know what we're doing.
It's morning.
Yeah, it's morning. Chess players in general, I feel like we are just not morning people. As much as we try, we're so used to playing around 3 o'clock in the afternoon that waking up too early would just destroy our balance and our energy, you know. So I just feel like some of us struggling in the morning rounds. I don't know, at least for me, I know my percentage score on the morning rounds is ridiculous. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, let's move on to the next game. We have a neither with bishop b5.
We have the Moscow, actually, yeah.
Indeed.
It's not the white hasn't opened yet. Everyone is trying to avoid morning rounds. I was actually going to say that afternoon rounds, I even prefer them the later they are. So Benaskia, for example, they are at 4 o'clock. I think that 4 o'clock is a perfect hour to start a chess game. 3 p.m. is okay, but I think 4 p.m. is perfect in my opinion.
Yeah.
So you have time to have lunch. And of course, Spanish people enjoy their siesta, which I think is a really good point. So if you have the round at 4, then you have a little time to have your siesta, and then you have time to go get a coffee before the round, and you get just in time for the round. And okay. You don't have this time at 3 o'clock.
That's true. I hate when tournaments put the rounds at 2, for example.
Oh, look, yeah, 2 p.m. is almost too early. I agree.
Yeah, it's early just because, for example, you have a breakfast around 9/10, you know, and then that means you have to eat around 12:30 already to have lunch, which is a bit early if you want to play it too. And because then you have like 30 minutes usually either walk or drive to the playing hall. It's not like you just wake up and walk to the playing hall. Usually it's not like that, even though I wish. Yeah, and absolutely 2 p.m. I don't like it. 3 and 4 I think is also amazing.
I played the tournament. Actually, I played a few times same type of tournament in Mallorca, where rounds were starting at 8 in the night.
8?
That is the perfect timing. Yes, you have the whole day. What? So you are in Mallorca, you have these great beaches, you have this great hotel with spa. So you have the whole day to go to the spa, yoga, to go to the beach, to go to the pool. You have time to have dinner, and then you can go play a game of chess, because remember, you
Mhm.
are here for a chess tournament.
Somebody has to
uh,
remind you, yeah.
yeah. So no, but they never ended at 3 a.m.
Maybe
Because it
one,
was
yeah.
1. I think 1 was the latest we played. But anyway, even if you have the round at 4, you go out in the night, maybe you'd still go to sleep at 12:30. So at least, finish the game and it's time to sleep next next round, yeah?
Wow, okay, that's actually crazy. I don't imagine playing at 8. I myself more am of a night person, so maybe I would actually enjoy this more. I have to
I
try it.
think I think you will. You have to try. I don't know if they still make these tournaments that I played. It was
Hmm.
Campicafort, and there was another one very close to Mallorca, but I don't remember the name now.
Mhm, mhm.
Like, yeah, there was some beach.
We'll check all the Spanish tournaments. I know I
Yeah.
already was looking at Valencia. There was the Open there.
This
Then
one that starts next week, I think.
yeah, I will not play, but I like looking at them, just
Mhm.
for my future. Maybe next year I would love to play more in Spain. It's actually a very nice country, and then you do some sightseeing, and some siestas and some fiesta.
Some fiestas, yes, more siestas.
More than siestas. I enjoy both. I enjoy both. So
There's a nice
definitely.
tournament in January also, Roquetas de Mar,
Aha.
long tradition tournament, but it has a lot of double rounds. So
Mm.
yeah,
The
that's the
devil.
downside.
Double rounds are of course very tricky. You feel so motivated, though it's okay. I will. It's gonna finish earlier because there are 2 rounds a day, but at the end you're
Yes,
so
that's the
exhausted.
point. Yeah. At least you enjoy the nice weather.
Yeah.
It's at the seaside. We have the beach. It's 20 something degrees on 1st of January. It beats the weather in Romania. So yeah, I'm gonna
Ah,
play it again.
okay, that's fair. That's fair point. Yeah,
And in
absolutely.
December, there's a good tournament in Benidorm, also 25 degrees.
Ah,
That beats the
ugh,
0 degrees in Bucharest. So I'm gonna be there.
yep. Also, Sieges was usually in
Yes,
December, so I would also play
Sitges.
Sieges, and it's not even snowing. It's not cold. It's very chill.
Yeah,
But okay, so definitely some Spanish tournaments, guys, that we have to keep in mind. Just start writing the list where we have to go, and
pick nice places
yeah,
if you're gonna come to Spain.
yeah, have to pick some nice places. But let's see what actually happened here. I just want to go to the live position. If something interesting has happened, this has all been played before. Also c4, both players prepared here, and ooh, knight a3. This is
Yeah.
actually not a common move here. As you can see, Amilal also. Oh, he got his norm probably yesterday. Yeah, we're playing now on board 4. Even if he
Oh.
loses today with white pieces, I think he will be happy to score a GM norm.
Oh yes, he's playing a 26-20 player,
Yeah.
Ariane Chopra. So let me just check his performance. So it's 26-89. Even by losing against a 26-20
Yeah,
player, I think you keep
I think
a
you
very
keep
high performance.
definitely around 2650 still. And okay, I think even with white pieces, he will maybe try to make this into a draw. Maybe if he's feeling ambitious, push for a win. Who knows? This is now the live position against Grandmaster Aryan Chopra. So don't know exactly what
Very
the plan is.
interesting,
Yeah.
position. Something like this sometimes appears in lines of the Alapin.
Mm-hmm.
In some lines of the Alapin, you
Mm-hmm.
can get this pawn to c4.
Ah, I
But
understand. Yeah.
yeah, that's those are usually not with the bishop on a8.
Yeah, definitely. Here the most play move was queen e2 anyway, and I don't know who
To
has.
attack c4, yeah?
Yeah, and I don't know how black is actually doing. Maybe forcing d5, and then takes, and then also this knight could be awkward here. Yes, this could turn into a very interesting game, definitely.
I'm trying to see if we could win that pawn, but I guess not, no?
How?
I guess we have to...
Like this?
Yeah, there's no way after d5. And bishop takes.
think, okay, we can obviously try to somehow win it here. I would look at this move, then maybe play something like this. But,
It's very long, yeah.
oh, or maybe play this and this. Maybe.
But queen a5 would force the bishop back, right?
Yeah, I was hoping I could still take it somehow, but probably not.
Yeah,
Probably
knight
cannot do
takes.
anything about it, yeah. Even, okay, I wish something like this worked. I wish, and then I wish this worked, you know. That
That's a
can be
nice,
cute.
nice idea, yeah.
It would be cute if something like this worked, but
Oh,
of
but there would
course
still
not.
be knight c5.
Yeah, there's still knight c5, absolutely. So again, having some dreams. Looks like I have not completely woken up yet, but that's so fine. I think my imagination is doing better than usual right now. Yeah, so like you're right, queen a5 being very good defensive move. Yeah, that's why white is now thinking how to approach this.
I see that d3 has also been played, and I was thinking it has a point to look at d6, but I'm not sure I like splitting up the pawns like that just yet. For example, I think black would take with a knight on c5 and everything is fine.
Yeah.
Maybe he will go for queen e2. Feels like the most natural. And on d5, I was also thinking, of course, takes is the main question, but even if we play e5, maybe it's a bit unpleasant for black or not. Does the knight have to go to g8? Oh, it can go to e4.
Yeah, that's actually a very good question. Where do I go with this knight here? If I can go to e4, I would do it, but somehow I don't believe it. I don't believe in it.
I think you can, because I thought I could take, but then I lose the e5 pawn. So who's beating who here?
Okay, wait a second. This is not over yet. What if, okay, I wanted to play knight d4, basically saying I will push you away with f3, but maybe it's not so bad. Maybe it's actually very good for black here.
Then maybe the knight has to go to c5. I probably have to play knight c5 right away, or what?
You could decide to either play also queen a5, would be one interesting idea, or bishop
Yeah, I
e7
like that.
also, yeah? I
Queen
like queen
a5
a5
and the knight
also.
a3, yes.
What do I do with this knight? Which knight is then lost first, yeah? On a3 or on
Not
e4?
the black one. Still has c5.
Yep. Okay, here maybe I could take and then say, okay, knight c4, but then queen a2 and blah, 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 blah. So, so many lines, but I don't believe in them. I think black is fine.
Yeah, black should be fine. Yeah, I agree.
Just don't want to, I don't even want to talk about these lines anymore, you know, just like, I give up. I give up on chess, and somebody said there's not enough coffee in my cup. Definitely not enough coffee in my cup. So maybe, Raluca, if you're fine with it, we might have a break every hour today, so I can get my coffee cup refill. Yeah, for some reason I'm very very much struggling today. Like I told Raluca, it might be some virus also connected to some lack of caffeine. Yeah, so hopefully we will manage to get through this together, Pawn Mars Destroyer. So more suggestions, and I will wake up eventually.
Don't mention it twice. She's gonna take your advice.
Yeah.
Gonna go for the coffee.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, by the way, Queen E2
Yeah.
is by the engine is clearly the best move, by the way.
Okay.
And after
And then
D5,
D5,
E5, knight D4 is indeed the best move. And after knight D4, Queen A5 is good, and also Queen C7 is a good move. And actually, black is slightly better.
Really? Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. I could believe that. It's almost winning a pawn.
Yeah. It can be uncomfortable, definitely.
Maybe this bishop has more problems than this one.
Yeah, I think it's, yeah, I guess so, definitely. But we will see what's going to happen. So maybe moving on to board number 5.
Yes, please. What is happening here?
Bocharo. Do we have another Nimzo? Oh, yes. Oh, another F3 Nimzo. Woo! Let's go.
Is everyone going... Wait, is this the same line?
So let's see, b5, e4, d6, 92. This so
Did
far.
everyone decide to make a draw like
Here.
this today? Ah,
G5
okay.
was played in the Sarana game. I think already here. Yeah, I think this was the game in the Sarana game. Something like this.
Yes.
And here Black decided to go e5. So he was like, no draw, g5.
No.
I know it, but not today. Not today, Inian. e5, 92, knight bd7. And this is maybe slightly more ambitious for Black, as it is for White as well.
We're going to have a longer game here. Will Black manage to keep the pawn on c4? I think it could be possible.
Yeah. I think Black is keeping it for now, but also whenever White will try to maneuver his pieces to take it, it's always going to take so much time that it's still equal for Black, no matter what. But that's why he went to g3, you know, kind of. I think White will want to castle play f4. This is usually the plan. I lost this again. I was playing this with Black pieces, or I try to remember. No, it was not exactly this. It was not. It was some different Nimzo with f3. But I remember, yes, there was some sacrifice at the end, like, I don't know, like this, and at the end something like rook f6 worked. So I was like, oh my god, I was doing so well, and then just rook f6 out of the blue. It just happens here, yeah. So I think that's why knight g8 is on the board. So I guess Black is also prepared to play f6 if needed, maybe. Right, I assume something like this would be maybe also followed by f5, something like that.
f5. You really chose violence as well.
Yeah, oh, yep. You don't wanna know. No, here I just want to see after castle, 97, f4. This is actually all the main move. And here Black should probably take on f4 and play knight
knight on g6. No, yeah. f6 and 95. Yeah.
This is the right way to play chess.
Yeah, I'm more
you believe
I
this,
would
yeah?
choose the relaxed way here, and I wouldn't go for f5.
Yeah, well, speak for yourself.
You would want the morning round to finish fast, yes? You wouldn't want to drag it on for hours.
Exactly.
Knight g6 and 95.
Just don't care about the result as long as it's over in around 2 hours, so I can take my nap, you know?
So how did you survive the Spanish League round, which I think was at 9 even? They have such a strange hour for the last round.
Yeah.
It's much earlier than anyone else.
Yeah. I don't actually remember, but I'm used to that. Usually, like during the tournament, it's fine, and then for the last day, I usually do suffer. You know what? I play German League very often. For a club in Hamburg, Tura Harkscheide, and in Germany there's a last round, morning round at 9 as well, but it's different because we sleep in a different hotel and we need to drive to the playing hall, so we need to wake up around 6:30 and leave 7:30 maximum, yeah? No, sorry, not 6:30. We have to wake up at 7:30 and then leave around 8:30 maximum. So that is the biggest suffering for me. And you know, women chess players actually signed a petition to move the morning round to 10 o'clock, and it was denied. It was denied because of the traveling. It's apparently easier if we start 1 hour earlier because of the traveling of players. Which, okay.
So maybe going back or the traffic?
Both of it, like also flights, if you have it on the same day, usually. It's usually Sunday as well.
Yes.
And so actually, like compared to that, I think Spanish League was perfectly fine because we played in the same hotel. So I just woke up and I was like, okay, time to play chess.
Yes, in Spain the league is 1 week long and you play all rounds. How is the league in Slovenia?
League in Slovenia, it's not 1 week, but it's only usually on weekends. So we have 3 different weekends.
So you also play on weekends. In Romania, we also have one whole tournament and we just play everything at once, not weekends as...
I think this is more convenient. The problem in Slovenia is that we don't have enough chess players, so people that actually play the league work full time.
Mm-hmm.
and they will not take, vacation to play chess. I
Yeah.
mean, who do that?
No, here I think
Yeah.
everyone works as well. Like from the women chess players,
Hmm.
apart from those who are still students and would have to take
Yeah,
days away from
work.
university,
Like
yeah,
that, yeah.
then everyone works. It's not like well,
Yeah.
except for one player maybe, yeah, Irina Bulmaga, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
everyone else has
Full
does
job.
something. Yeah,
Okay, but sometimes this job is also connected to chess, like you lesson or chess school, right?
still, still.
Okay,
It's
still.
yeah, even if you teach in a chess
Hmm.
school or if you teach in after school or
You still
you
have to
still
work
have to
somewhere else.
take, yeah, you have to take 1 week off and sometimes someone has to replace you.
Hmm.
It's complicated, right?
No, it
Mm.
is actually because, yeah, that's why we have it on weekends, exactly because we just realized, or they realized that um, players just don't come anymore, and the league is becoming
Mm-hmm.
weaker and weaker, and nobody's gonna take a vacation because nobody's getting paid in Slovenia to play chess. We do it
Mm-hmm.
for fun
Yeah.
because chess is fun,
Yay.
yay! And yes, and they realize let's do it on weekends instead, and more players will come and enjoy chess.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I don't know how many clubs in Romania, at least in the women's clubs, how many of them have a lot of have enough funds to pay players to pay to
Yes,
play.
no,
But
it's very hard. Yeah, very, very hard. Absolutely. Um,
I know that the foreigners who come and play, they do get paid. They
mhm,
don't come to play for free.
yeah.
But lately, at least in women's teams, maybe there haven't been so many. There are a few teams who bring foreigners, but not
Yeah.
all of them. We, for example, our team couldn't bring any more, and actually, we didn't play for the past 2 years,
Oh
maybe,
my, you
because the
haven't
club didn't have enough
finances.
funds to cover the expenses of the hotel. And
That's tough.
yeah,
Okay.
we played the Rapid and Blitz team championships, which are
Hmm.
only 2 days. So
Okay. Yeah, yeah, that's actually very tough. Yeah, I think something would have to change. In Slovenia, we have this issue that women clubs, they just cancel the national league because, again, expenses and time, and they play the first league instead because it's rapid. While
ah
the national one, it's classical, and they just cancel the
yes,
classical and say, oh, I'm just gonna play the rapid, it's more fun. And definitely,
less expenses also,
yeah,
no?
also expenses, absolutely. And at the end, this year we only had 4 teams, 4 or 5 teams competing in the national league, which is like a
Mm-hmm.
very low number. So definitely we will try to change it in Slovenia to bring chess to a higher level because it's too little. I played 3 rounds. Just
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And in Romania, at some point, there used to be very little teams. I wouldn't say there are many teams now, but maybe we make 7 or something. We
mhm.
get 7. Like we,
Still
we could
better, yeah.
play 7 rounds. Yeah,
Still better, but
7 or 8. Yeah.
not the level that it used to be, yeah.
No, no, not the level that it used to be. But yeah.
Oh, yeah. And which league of the Europe is the best paid, do we think? German, French? That's actually a good question. It depends on the club. Sometimes club has very good finances. For example, in Austria, there's now this new club founded by the president, and they have great finances.
Mm.
But it's only one club, so you have to like make your way into it, or you have to be lucky enough to know people to say, oh, can I be the part of the club? And they're like, yay, we need players. But I would say I think German league would be the most paid league so far. Talking from men's, what I heard the men payments are actually now.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so the French league, I'm
Champions
not
League
sure.
for chess clubs in Europe.
Yeah, we do have
There's
European Club
this
Cup. Yeah,
European Club Cup, but it's not exactly the
you
same,
know,
no?
I'm
You qualify for Champions League.
yeah. Here
For the
it's
Club Cup, whoever has
money.
money, yeah?
Whoever has sponsors plays. That's true. Yeah, that's unfortunate. At least in some countries, if you win your national championship, you get some expenses covered by the federation for the club cup.
Ah, really?
Yeah, in Slovenia it used to be like that. They covered some expenses. I don't know, was it the hotel, which is a lot, for
Uh-huh.
6 players that are playing there. So, but I think they stopped doing that. They were like, nah.
So this is covered by the federation, not by the organizers.
Yeah, that's a good question. I never got into it. I'm not sure, actually. That's a very good point. I think it's not by the organizers, no. But
Okay.
yeah, but I depends, I guess, again, of the finances of the federation and so on. But okay, I just want to say h4 was on the board, by the way. Why didn't castle?
Why didn't castle? No.
And
Someone else is violent here.
I mean, like, I get you, Inyan, just, going for it and just knight h5. He was like, you know what, I give up. Not even playing h5, just he went just knight h5. h5
And
has been played.
okay, what if castles, Laura? Is he going to play knight g7? I want to know.
How much violence can you take in
Or
few moves,
bishop h6? What is it going to be? How is it? Oh
Ooh,
wait, that's actually maybe not
oof.
silly, no?
No, because queen d2, yeah.
Oh
Oh
look,
my.
I found something
Oh
this early in the
my.
morning by total accident.
Oh yeah, chess games in progress. Yeah, actually, we would love to discuss about different things as well, but I think let's first check this position, because I think, yes, Raluca, you found a very good idea. What do I do? What do I do? Okay, can I cannot even go king h8, right? Um,
Yeah, that king h8, still queen h6 and knight f6 or what?
yeah, look at this. Like, even this, like, you try to
Here
defend, but queen f6, you get checkmates from the
get
other
yourself
side.
into something else.
Oh my god.
Maybe, yeah, no. Maybe just no, give back the piece. No, I don't think it works.
I mean, you can. Oh, castle is
Oh,
on the board. I would love to
okay.
see that.
Now I'm very curious. Does bishop h6 actually work?
Okay, because you're forced to take it, otherwise you're just lost. I mean,
Okay,
otherwise.
there's an f5 idea, right? So let's see that. Pawn takes, queen d2, we said. What about f5? Does it do
Um.
anything?
Okay, so let's say I take first, and you go rook
Rook f7, maybe. Yeah?
f7, and I was really hoping I would have something like rook h3, but I guess f4.
f4?
Yeah, I guess f4. Mm. So that means I would have to start with knight f6, right?
That would get some material back at least.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not what we were hoping for, is it?
No, not exactly what you're hoping for, but I wouldn't complain, I think, right? Oh no, maybe king h8 here is a good move. Ah,
Yes,
because
disappointing.
here, let's say that this happens, what does black do exactly? I go h5, h6, and I go rook h5, so simple.
So simple, yes.
So simple. So simple to play chess.
It's just checkmate. It's just checkmate. G4.
Yeah, so I think you're right. Let's check it actually on
Yes, please. I'm very
again.
curious about it now.
Okay, so if this takes queen d2, yes, f6 would also work, by the way, not only f5, because
f6,
yeah,
okay.
rook f7, and here, yeah, king h8 would be kind of the best move.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So g4, that's why g4 is on the board. I like it. I like this aggression.
Is it good?
I mean, engine would firstly, of course, say, okay, you have too many weaknesses, and he would say minus 0.2, which is essentially equal. But the psychological point, if you play this with black pieces, I'm sorry, but
no, it doesn't feel like you have the advantage, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Yep.
And could it be that now maybe bishop h6 becomes a threat with a pawn on g4? Maybe you have some extra ideas of
no, because still, instead of f5, you could
e5.
go f6 as well, and then rook f7, and I doubt that it would
I thought maybe we could have some g5 ideas. So let's say that black develops this bishop there. Just goes there, I want to see. Here, there, and there. That's what I want.
This is what you want. Then you're saying if I go queen f8, that I have nothing.
I don't know. I want it because now knight f6. Oh, it's not. much better, no? I thought maybe knight f6 comes with more strength now that I have a pawn as well.
Okay, and after okay,
You could even
king
take it, I
h8
guess.
though. What? Wait, wait. How are you playing this? You could take. Yeah, you could take. But okay, let's say that this is playable. Let's say that this is playable. Let's assume so.
I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Knight g6, knight f4, king f7, pick up the pawn. Yeah.
Okay, that's true. That's true. Okay, so still not a threat. Definitely not a threat.
So he played knight g6. Okay. And now I think bishop h6 will not work at all anymore.
No, that would be cute. If it did. No, it definitely doesn't work. I think knight g6 was also the best move by black if I picked the engine correctly.
Correctly.
But at this point, I could be misreading things. I'm having some hallucinations. So like, you know what would be very nice? I'm thinking, oh, if I just bring a pillow here, and then take a blanket and just take a little nap.
Oh.
Little nap.
Not even the cat has woke up.
Oh yeah, I don't know where the cat is actually.
Nobody's awake in your house. Not even the cat.
Not even the cat. Yeah, even the dog went to sleep when I got the coffee. She was like, "Oh, I'm going back to the couch.
What's this
Goodbye."
human doing here?
Yeah, like what? You woke up? You never
What
woke
did
up.
she lose?
Yes, like I think she was very confused because I really never wake up before 9. I really try to avoid it as much as possible. And yeah, whenever I do, it's a shock for the dogs even. And not even Time is awake. Indeed, Time was awake with me till 2. I think I was having some night walks around the apartment to get the water because it's very hot. So I went to get some water at 2 a.m. and Time was like, no sleep tonight. And I was like, yeah, no sleep tonight. So nobody indeed is awake yet. Oh, how about with you, Raluca? Is it any better? Some animals, some birds at least awake.
Laura doesn't know what AM times are. Probably people see my face of surprise about Laura talking about AM times. No, I'm joking. Yeah, I was telling Laura that this past week has been a very morning week. Because we just got to Spain from Bucharest. And Ranier was away. He went to Glasgow. It was a work trip. And since I was by myself in the apartment, my mom came to visit for a week. And of course, since she's not in Spain for a very long time, she had all these ideas. Like, let's go see the sunrise. So
no, just no. Just go see the sunset. Why do you need the sunrise?
Yeah. So yeah. She also wanted to go to the beach and sunrise. Yes. So I did wake up this week
Oh my.
at 6 before. Yeah, this is not the first time.
Yeah, you were practicing.
Well, last week actually. Yeah, it's Monday.
You were practicing basically. We can say that.
I was getting trained for this week. Yeah, I looked at her. She was like, "Oh, let's see the sunrise. That's a great idea." Like, sure, mom. Yeah, we're gonna go see the sunrise. Is it okay?
Just no. Just no. Yeah.
I saw the sunrise and went to sleep on the beach. Yeah, it's fine. I saw it now. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. That's true. It was probably very nice and very chill.
It was very nice. Yes, I have some very nice pictures. But it was also very early. Yeah.
How sunrises tend to do that these days when it's summer, it just starts very early.
And then when it's winter and they start later, you can't see them anymore because of the clouds, right? Why do they do that?
Yes, they just do that. What can we do? And I love that.
This is why siestas exist in Spain. Maybe. Yes, but I didn't see many people on the sunrise.
Okay.
So maybe they just take the morning
I think
sleep and they also do siesta.
I
I
think
think that's the thing.
I think they see the sunset and then go to dinner, you know. I
They
think that's the
definitely see the
plan.
sunset, yeah.
I think that's the plan in Spain.
Yes, everyone's very chill and already out. Where we live is was very crowded this weekend. Lots of people here for holiday already.
Hmm. I love that people in the chat are also not morning people. I would like to compliment you guys for supporting our suffering. I love it. I love this type of community. And yesterday, by the way, I just moved on to board number 6 because
Yeah,
I saw
yeah,
the
I noticed.
position.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think we were talking about King's Indian yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's the G3
Ta-da!
one. Yay! Finally, it's my King's Indian. And exactly what I play here, the point is that you go d5. It's
Mm-hmm.
because in case of castle, I think you allow some bishop
E5.
f5, but also
Ah,
you
yeah.
allow e5. Both of
Mm-hmm.
these things.
I think a6 was also very
It used
common,
to. Yeah, it used to be.
right? With bishop f5 and bishop d7, rook b8, and white
Yeah.
played some bishop f4 lines here. They used to be very popular.
Yes, exactly. It used to be, but these days I think e5 is just the best response. Because probably then you're
There's this
forcing
line with
some.
d5.
Yeah,
And takes e5 is
yeah,
also, yeah.
you could play this, you could play this, but
Knight
also you
b8 and
could play
c5,
this.
some line, yeah.
Yeah, but that's why d5 has been played immediately these days, and the best response for black would be knight a5. But I see knight b4 on the board, and I'm confused because
I was surprised about. I think knight b4 is also possible here, but yeah, I also knew knight a5 as main.
yeah, I mean
Move.
knight a5 is the most critical because after b3 you're
Ah,
opening up this diagonal, yeah.
yeah. So here knight d5 would work basically.
Um, no, I think this is still okay. This is fine for white. You just have
Because
to
you have bishop
know.
d2 in the end.
Yeah, I think bishop
You always
d2
have this
works.
in the end. Okay.
Okay, there's some c6, but then he loses this bishop, and then white is doing perfectly
Bishop h6.
fine. Exactly, white is doing perfectly fine. So you do go b3, and here the move would be bishop d7, and now you go bishop b2. And then there's a6, castles, I don't know, c5, sorry, I forgot about c5 move. And yeah, this is then black has this plan of playing rook b8 b5, rook e8 e6, and then white is also playing some moves in that direction. Depends, like this, you know, just playable position for both sides, I think. So
There's also knight d2 in this
uh
in that line with queen
sorry,
knight a5. I thought I think it's also
immediately 92, yeah.
knight d2 is I think most common, and then you play everything that you said. I think on
Yeah. I see it's most common. I just
there's
have
both.
b3 because it's more modern these days. So
Yeah, they're
it's
both.
an engine. Also, the score, I see that b3 is scoring much better for white than knight d2, for example. So yeah, this has been very common recently, but knight before, I really haven't seen this before. So let's see, after castle, the idea is to go a5. e4, and bringing your knight to c5. Okay, interesting, but I somehow feel like, I don't know, that white is out of the biggest issues here because there's no c5 on the board like before, no b5.
But hasn't this transposed to other lines?
Oh, this actually could be a transposition, you're right. I'm not sure.
At least it looks very much to other lines with e4, yeah? Knight d7, e4.
Yeah, there's some differences because usually you don't. Yeah, it probably is some transposition. Actually, I think you have a good point. Or at least very similar to it.
Very similar, maybe, yeah.
So, for
There must be
example,
some move
rook
that we.
e8 maybe. Usually
And I
this knight
think
is not
rook
on
c1.
e6.
It's
Usually
not on
this knight,
e6, no?
yeah. Usually this knight is not here. Usually it stays on c5. That's why maybe it's a bit different. So for example, here, let's see if I can make, yes, this. No, wait, this has been
Yeah, sort
almost
of
a transposition somewhere. Almost.
Mm-hmm.
Almost done it. Some knight d7, for example, yeah. Maybe this bishop, I don't know if this bishop is often on I just remembered some lines. For example, if, I don't know, rook e1, knight c5, this. The idea of white is sometimes to take knight c7 and play this.
Mm-hmm.
I love these tactics, and just e5, because this knight cannot move anywhere but here. And I think,
Bishop
yeah,
c5 and queen d7.
or yeah, this looks very, very simple, something like this. And I always love this type of ideas for white. If I have the option, I sacrifice it in blitz and rapid as well. But yeah, that doesn't work here when the knight is on e6, so you are destroying my hopes.
Oh,
So
pawn
this is on
mark
the board.
destroyer is going to sleep.
No.
I have to wait for sunrise. Why? It's
No.
such a beautiful moment.
Yes, maybe try it out. Maybe you will enjoy it. Please stay with us. Please don't leave us yet. Please. No, it's been having fun having you around, definitely. So if you want to change your mind, stay here, please.
Just in case.
Yeah, just in case, just in case. Yeah, okay, see you. Thank you very much for joining, definitely.
See you.
Yeah, so bishop
So he
c6
played
on the
bishop
board.
c6.
And yeah, I would assume now queen c2 would be a good move, rook e1 would be a good move, followed by rook d1, for example, f3 once, bishop f2, f4, slowly. Slowly.
I like these plans in these positions.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, this structure, I like it, kind of like it very much. Yeah, with f3, f4, when you go rook e1 and you prepare for the right moment. And sometimes you have these ideas where the queen actually stays on d1, but in different lines, no? And you play rook c1 and rook c2, and the rook passes over to d2. It's very nice.
Yeah, I love it. Oh, sorry. I love it as well. Was just checking my Instagram if I posted the story, that we're live, because
You posted a story?
yeah, I was just like
Now
sharing,
I'm gonna have to reshare, of course.
I don't know if I tagged you. I just don't know. I posted the one that Lichess tagged us on the post. You will see.
Okay.
So I just shared that
this
one.
one, yes.
Yeah, so nothing special. Today's a chill day. I take today as a chill day. Every day we were working hard. We were thinking 24/7. We were like analyzing We were like engines. And now I'm just
like engines, exactly. Yeah.
We were exactly like engines. Exactly. No difference. Stockfish, Laura, Raluca, same thing. But today I just want to use my intuition. And yes, I agree here. I like white's ideas. Definitely prefer it over black.
But sometimes I think there are these annoying plans where black plays h5, h4. Are they possible here? Maybe not, no? Or g5, g4. g5, g4 it was sometimes, yeah?
Yeah, no, h5, h4 maybe even more popular, but I'm not sure exactly if this is where you want to go for them. Sometimes a4, a3 would be more, even more challenging. But yes, you're right. This is definitely an idea for black. Definitely a challenging idea. Queen c2. Yay.
Yeah.
Easy. Simple chess. Okay.
Put the pieces where they belong. Shall we see Chaparinov, who yesterday fought like a lion?
Yes, he was really...
made a draw against two queens. We had three queens on the board in the final position.
Oh my god, yeah.
You have to see that.
You have to check that game out. Definitely was one of the most exciting games. Oh, and
did everyone decide to play the Nimzo today?
Everybody just choosing Nimzo Islands, except Chaparino said, okay, I see everybody playing f3, let me go e3.
Solid.
Just to change up. And by the way, he's playing Sugiro, who yesterday lost against Sarana in a very unfortunate end game. Did
Sugirov actually play this yesterday?
This, exactly.
Was this? It was his game, right? That we saw with 92?
Was it his game? Wait, you know what? I have to go back and see. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm just very curious now.
So, no, yesterday it was the Sicilian.
From Bucharest. Yes, 1 hour ahead of us.
Yeah. Yeah, there's 1 hour ahead. Okay. Yes. So it's a bit easier to survive.
It would have been easier if I was in Bucharest right now, yeah?
Yeah. slightly easier. Definitely.
No
yes.
sunrise.
Yeah. I don't even, yeah. Sunrises these days are like 5:30 or 6, something like this, yeah.
I can tell you exactly what time is the sunrise.
Go ahead.
6:35.
6:35.
Or it was last week.
6:35. Okay. I guess that's not survivable for me. Okay. No, yesterday there was a Sicilian between Sarano and Shigeru.
Okay.
So it was not this. Somebody else must have played it. Maybe it was Van Hao actually. With 92. I think it was Van Hao.
Yes, it was Van Hao. It was Van Hao. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and
it was Van Hao Sgîrcea.
Yes, and Van Hao having a very good position because he went knight of 92, knight f4, yeah. But yes, bishop d2. Okay, this is something that I play myself because it's the most modern line these days. Keeping the bishop on d2 on purpose because let's see exactly what the plan is for white. So here, oh wait, sorry. I guess this is how we play these days, but usually the plan would also be, yes, like Ceperino did later in the game to push f3, either with knight d2, with bishop d3, and then, you know, you can just play queen c2, long castle, and go g4 and choose violence, you know, just go all in. But of course, the problem is that, yes, black always has c5 or d5 to open up the position. Not so simple as I made it, so that's why Ceperino's picking a solid knight f3. But of course, Raluca, you maybe know a bit more about this opening, as you were there when your husband was writing it and suffering, probably.
Yeah, I was there when he was writing. I was not also checking his database, but I can wake him up.
I'm sure he would like that. I'm sure he would enjoy it very, very much.
Hey, Raniero, what did you recommend here?
Yeah, by the way, on bishop d2, how should black respond? Is it b6 or d5 first? Yeah, okay.
Did you even recommend this? What did you recommend against the Rubinstein?
Yeah. I would love to see his face, like, oh, what the hell is happening?
I think he actually woke up. I think he's awake. I made too much noise, maybe.
Oh, yeah, I think I'm also waking up most of my family, like Tima, my brother.
They deserve it. If you suffer, they should suffer with you.
Oh,
it's yeah. It's a group thing.
Listen, I warned them. I was like, okay, listen, I need to speak for 5 hours now, okay? Just understand this. Yes, so bishop b4 actually is something I don't see very often by white.
But we have a bishop pair.
We do have a bishop pair, but how long will it stay? Let's see. So bishop d3, bishop b7. So we go for short castle first. Good. And knight d2. Okay, we're keeping the bishop pair. I thought that maybe black will decide to go c5 or a5, actually. Like c5, for example, looks
But still
cute.
He could go bishop a3, and I think he will come back with b3 whenever he needs to bring the bishop.
So you think he's gonna go to a3 and then be followed by something like this. Okay, I like it. I didn't know about this maneuver, but now that I see it, I will definitely use it. And okay, knight d2, so we're keeping the bishop pair, and not only that, we're even playing some f3, maybe threatening e4. Maybe,
yeah, but I think so.
Slowly, I think if it's white to move, we still do not go e4 because of c5, I think. So maybe start with bishop c3 with white pieces.
Yeah, white is interested in opening up the center here. So I guess this is what he's trying to do. Also, placing the pawns on light squares is it's a good idea.
Yeah. I wonder, I have a question, like in case black does decide to go e5 though.
Yeah, if we take.
Yeah, do we take? Do we play d5 or do we leave it? 3 options.
I would leave it for now.
I think so too. I think I would go rook d1.
Because as much as I'd like to open up the center, the knight on e5 and the semi-open e-file.
Yeah, because this pawn potentially, really nice. Like queen e7, for example, like this, it looks good for black, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's try to avoid this. Yeah, I was thinking usually when the bishop is on b7, you would not complain about playing d5, but I was thinking strategically. this
I think
knight
we could
is
still, yeah.
better than any of these bishops, yeah? We could do it. Engine would probably
But could
say
we start
yes.
with queen c2?
Instead of d5?
Yeah.
Okay, queen c2. Okay. Fair. Uh-huh. But after queen g5?
I was thinking that maybe now we could go d5, but still knight c5 is bothering.
Are you not bothered about e3 pawn being attacked?
That's hanging. I also need the second coffee, I think.
Don't
I would
worry.
be very much bothered.
Don't worry about it. We will definitely go on a break
I
very
missed it, so I
soon.
have to go rook e1. I have to go rook e1,
Fair.
but that's not how I want it. Okay, rook e1 is fine. Shouldn't be wrong. This one, yeah?
Yeah, I think rook e1 is fine, but in general, I don't know if we need to go queen c2. I think queen on d2 is...
No.
I think we can go
Because
rook
rook
d1,
e8
yeah?
and maybe then e4 here, actually. Is a bit unpleasant.
Absolutely.
No, I didn't want it like this. No, I was thinking that I could get a better version of the d5 plan. Because also if rook d1 or something else, isn't e4 a little bit annoying?
Is it though? Is it an annoying response? Like,
I think so.
okay, I take.
Bishop?
You want to take with the bishop, okay. And you're saying that this pawn structure for black is good. Really?
I think it's okay.
I'm curious if I can play c5 though. Maybe, I don't know. If it works, I think I'm happy. And yes, in the chat, the results, well, the standings so far, I think we actually already have a winner of the tournament. I think we're almost 100% sure that nobody can catch Sarana Alexei.
100% sure, yes.
We are. Okay, good. So some mathematics has worked out so far, but who knows? And Sarana, with a 7 out of 9, is our definite winner of first Aktobe Open. So yes, this is board number 1, and after this we're just searching for the most interesting games for second, third, and all the way to 15th place, where the prizes of the tournament are very, very nice. Yes.
And how would I react to c5? That's a good question. I think I have to
take something, yeah?
Take something. Yeah, I probably have to take here.
I take back.
Oh, no, I didn't want to take anymore.
Maybe you have
But
to take on
rook
f1.
Yeah,
maybe you have
rook
to take
f1
on
maybe.
f1.
Yeah. So I can move the knight.
Yeah, exactly. Now I'm thinking, do I take with the king, even though it looks a bit awkward? I don't want to take with my rook because knight c5. Let's take with the king just for fun.
Yeah, but even knight c5, I think the double pawns won't survive for long.
You think that this... But
I was thinking knight e5 and go to d3.
No, but if I go into this endgame, I have no chances with white.
To
win.
What?
To win.
But rook c... okay. Draw, yeah? This will be drawish.
Yeah,
yes,
I mean, rook d2, you know, it's...
yeah.
I guess drawish at the end of the day, so I don't want to exchange the queens. This is why I took with the king. Yeah, because after this, I mean... Okay, maybe I can play this. My point is that if this happens, I go bishop f8. Or something, or bishop e7, something similar to this.
Bishop e7 first. Yeah, bishop, queen e8.
Yeah, queen e8 is bothering me as well. Queen e8 is bothering me, but maybe it's not such a bother. Maybe it's... Yeah, maybe it's not so bad. Queen g6. Again, who knows?
Curious, yeah.
Yeah.
That this is not... That nothing is really happening here.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to play this, basically to avoid... I mean, you would give me a check, I understand.
I would.
But
knight...
now this is a threat, you know?
You have queen d5, so I lost a piece.
No, I don't think you're losing anything.
Queen f8, I had to play.
No, I don't think you're losing anything after Rook F8 because...
But here?
Maybe. Yeah, here, yeah. Very good. Very
So
good plan.
Laura was trying to use the checkmating idea.
Yeah.
The idea being that this will not work. Show us, Laura. This is always in the Lichess puzzle rush, yes?
Yes,
Puzzle storm.
exactly. Puzzle storm. Every puzzle you will get, and this is the very nice checkmate that you have to find. Of course, very easy to find once you see it. But I think c takes b6. That's actually a very good response. I like it. Yeah.
Okay, so let's go Queen F8. Let's not lose the game in 2 moves.
Okay.
Queen F8.
Let's go. Let's see what
Oh,
you
but
can do.
here I can... there's always Queen D5.
Yeah, there's always Queen D5. Yeah. I think this can be annoying for black.
Still, I should take, yeah?
Yeah, I think you still should take. I give you a check first. And now I take.
Mhm.
And now I say I have a better pawn structure.
I agree with that.
Okay.
If you say that, I will not say no.
You will not deny it. Okay.
No, I will not deny it.
I think white is better.
I will not deny it at all. No.
Okay, good. I'm glad we came to the same conclusion.
So how did we get here once again? E5. So E5 conclusion. No bueno. Yes.
No bueno. Yeah, just very simple. That's why Queen H4 is on the board actually.
Mhm.
What are we preparing with this? Are we preparing G5? G4? Is black choosing violence as well?
I was going to say that if black also chooses violence, I will need 2 extra coffees at least.
Yep, I don't even want to consider it. It's probably bad for my nervous system to have so much caffeine. But I definitely don't worry. Whenever you want, just say. We will just say another coffee. We will get a new coffee. Trust me, we all need it.
We will very soon. But let's see what else is going on. Let's check board 12.
Okay.
Afruza, how is she doing?
Oh, yeah, because she's actually on the hunt for an IM norm. I don't think she has a chance for a GM norm. But
no, she's on 2495 rating performance, and her opponent today is 2500. So is it safe to say that she got her norm? Even if she loses? I don't know.
Wait, I have to think. So she got a WGM norm for sure, but an IM norm not yet. So with a draw, she would secure an IM norm. Because you need 2450 performance for an IM norm, and with a loss, I think she's below it.
She might be,
sadly.
Very close to it though, but probably below.
However, theirs was a queen exchange, so...
it's this line of the Catalan?
Yeah, that's true. Oh, yeah, this is a Catalan. It was supposed to Catalan.
It didn't start as a Catalan, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning it. Yeah, this is this knight d2 line, basically saying, okay, c3, but saying, okay, you have weird pawns. However, white actually doing perfectly fine. Yes, because this bishop is very, very awkward. And
I remember this endgame is very interesting.
Yeah.
It looks like the c pawn is weak, but not really, because it many times gets to c5 and it covers d6. It's actually a very fun endgame to play, and I think white has won games here. Okay, probably most of them have ended in a draw, but if anyone wins here, it's usually white.
Okay, so this is actually like equal, but black needs to fight. So this is good opening choice by Usko. Let's see if Afruja has prepared this at home to know exactly how to play. Given the time, I think she is very well prepared here. And now we give up the bishop pair.
And trade everything, I guess, or what? But even if she trades everything, maybe it's not so simple.
Yeah, even when trading, let's see. Let's see. So we're gonna keep the
I
bishop
like
pair.
f3. Yeah. I like f3.
Going bishop f1 later, e4,
E4.
just supporting our c4. But knight b7, king f2. Okay, just trying to figure out what is exactly black's plan. Putting the knight on c5.
Yeah, block the pawn. Yeah.
Block the pawn, yeah. I was wondering what the point of bishop a4 was, though, because you would never want to take it. But okay. Let's see. And this is now the final position.
It's probably about very equal. I guess black is trying to put the pawns on f6, e5.
Yeah, I think this is absolutely equal, but you know, sometimes we just don't need to look at the engine because bishop pair has its own value. However, I think yes, like it looks very simple for black. It blocks this diagonal. This pawn is blocked. He has a d file. I don't think he can complain,
No.
or she can complain.
She cannot complain. No, I think there's she got a solid grip here.
Yeah, I think let's check the evaluation. I think it's gonna say yeah 0-0. Wow, surprise,
0-0.
surprise. Surprise, surprise. So it is
No, if
extremely
the
equal.
bishops could become more active. But I think even with the pawn on b3, which is something you sometimes get in positions of the queen's gambit accepted, this position is still pretty equal. You put the pawns at f6, e5. The bishop can stay on e6. And it's not easy for white to prove that the bishops are very strong.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah. I think this is a very good play by Afruja herself. I think she would be very, very happy with the draw. She might even offer a draw in 4 moves. You never know. Just to say, oh, please, I just want the norm. But yes, very, very nice play by her. Impressive play, definitely.
Yes, I want to check what her highest rating ever has been.
Yeah, you
I'm
do that.
very curious.
In the meantime, I will answer this question in chat again. So there's a question why there is not W in front of my title. It happens that woman and open titles have different values. So there's a woman title, and then there's this open title that everybody can achieve. And yes, I have the open title, and Raluca has the woman title. Both, of course, strong titles. We are not amateurs in chess, definitely. We would not be doing this if we were. But yes, I am being slightly stronger than WIM.
So her maximum has been 23.54, so very close to her maximum.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, very good.
In March this year.
What happens if there's an earthquake in the middle of the board game?
Run for the safety spot.
Yeah, like the advice would be to probably go somewhere between the doors, right? Because it's the most stable structure.
Everyone trying to fit in.
Yeah. Yeah, but this actually gave me the funny story. I don't know, were you part of Norway Chess Olympia 2014? You were not. There was somebody had a heart attack during the game, but people started to scream, "Run, run, run!" Like we thought it was a terrorist attack. It was this huge playing hall. There was security, however, like this was the time where these attacks were very common in Europe. And everybody, like Kramnik, I think, was the first one that started to run, to sprint. And then you see all these top grandmasters starting to sprint, and you're just like, what do I do? And I started to also run from the playing hall. I think I was even behind Kramnik or someone like Grishchuk. I don't exactly remember. And then we were hiding in the city of Tromsø. All the chess players were hiding, but at the end somebody just needed medical help, and that's why they were screaming, "Run, run, run!" But it was a very scary experience, definitely. But trust me.
So what happened? Did the round
resume? Yes, the round resumed.
From the same positions?
Yes.
How?
The clocks were stopped for the players that were running. For around 30 minutes to 1 hour. And after 1 hour, even if the player was not there, they started the clocks. Some people lost because they didn't come back.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a very scary experience. Good instincts to escape. Yeah, it was like you have no idea. Once you have this fear that you will die, the adrenaline, I swear I've never ran faster in my life. I don't know how, but I remember.
So the movies are real.
Movies are real. No, it is crazy. It is crazy, and I don't want anybody to have this experience. But now it's funny to talk about it because there was no attack, but it is indeed very sad that chess is such a strong and crazy game that even causes heart attacks. Yeah, it does. I'm so
No,
sorry.
it's not the same time. No, it's not the first time I hear that. Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's happened to some players before that and after that as well. So it's such an intense game, and you're so stressed, and of course we know that this is not good on the heart. Yeah, what to do? We chose
it's not.
this. We
It's
chose
not.
violence.
So I'm checking because I see there are already some calculations for norms, and I see Ilamparti needs 6 points for GM norm.
Ooh, let's check in his game.
Yeah, he's playing Aditya Mittal, so fellow Indian
But
on board
he
8.
has 5.5 now, or 5?
Ilamparti has 5, so he needs to win this.
Oh, so he needs to win. That's why he chose the Benoni. Oh, I was curious. Why would he play the Benoni if he needs a draw? You don't play the Benoni if you need a draw. You play Benoni if you want to win. And he wants to win. Okay. Let's see.
We were talking yesterday about the Benoni. Let's see today
Let's see.
what we have.
This one, yesterday it was the G3 one, which is good for black, but this one, let's see if white decides to go for F4, and he does. This is the most critical Benoni, actually, because there's a lot of theory behind it. Let's see. This knight needs to go to D7. This is very, very important. Not the one from B8. And after A4, castles. Oh, I thought here the move is something like Queen H4, actually. I forgot it already. You see, some
provoking G3.
I think so, or something. Maybe not exactly here. Let me see.
I think it exists.
Yes, it does exist. But castle being the most played move, and after knight F3, knight A6, castles, knight B4. This is all theory. Bishop E3 and bishop E2. So finally, rook comes to E8, where it wants to be, and now knight F6. I think F5. Yeah, I see F5 being maybe the most critical line, but knight F6 doing very good as well. B6. You're preparing for rook B8, I assume, as well.
There are ideas with rook A7 also. I remember Gashimov playing something like that, passing the rook over to E7.
That's cute. That's a very cute way of playing. Let's see. But E5 now on the board. Ooh, this is...
So why does it work, Laura? If takes...
This is something the board, like this.
We have this on the board, okay.
This is on the board.
E5 was also hanging, right? So we could have picked any of the 2 pawns.
Yeah, we could.
Or am I just
you wanted to take
sleeping
here? Yeah.
No.
Oh, I wish.
No, I don't know if I
sleeping.
want to take there. I don't know if I want to take there because I see that bishop b6, d6, and something might happen.
Yeah,
I'm
honestly,
not sure what.
I think this looks terrible. I also don't know exactly the reason yet. I would assume it's something like this, this. You know, everything looks bad.
It looks like white is getting at least very active, right?
Yeah.
If not winning something even.
Yeah.
Here, rook e8, only move. I wouldn't want to go to e7, for example.
And I think in worst case scenario, I go a5. Talking worst case scenario. Not even calculating d6.
Yeah.
And yeah, you cannot really protect c5 or b6 at the end, and I think this can be very, very bad.
Where to find the standings? On chess results, you can find the standings, but you'll find standings after round 8. They don't update the standings with the results of round 9 yet. They will do that once the round is completely finished.
And also, if you go to Lichess, if you go to Aktobe Open, I just want to say you have options of overview, board option, and then players option. And if you click on the players option, which is the last one, you will see actually is the standings as well. With all the rating changes.
In some opens it has happened to me that this is not very correct. I don't know why. Maybe because the games that are not live are not taken into consideration. But here everyone was live, so it should be correct.
Absolutely. It should be correct. I agree. Sometimes, yeah, with live, it's it can get tricky, but yes, I think also that all is good here. Yes, so knight d5 on the board. Can we figure this out? I feel like I'm a bit too pinned to play this position.
Yeah, it is a bit scary. For example, 94 looks really nice if it does something like
knight
d3.
knight
That one, I don't
c4.
know which one.
I don't even know where
Knight
to
d3,
start.
e4, I was thinking, but maybe knight c3.
Ah, you
No,
were
knight
thinking
c3.
this one.
That one, yes.
Knight
To try.
c3.
But queen d8, queen d8 and knight f6
Knight f6,
wins
yep.
material. Yeah?
Yep. Yupsi. So maybe not this.
And
Maybe.
I have a little, very, very little trick today here. It's too early to prepare more complicated tricks. But if black wants one pin, something like this, I have this
I love
cheap
it.
trick. With knight
Beautiful.
f6.
I wish my opponents would plan their moves like this in the morning, but they never do. I think the plan is bishop g7, honestly.
Yeah, yeah.
But still,
But now
okay.
knight d6.
Knight d6, yeah.
Rook e5, probably only, or knight c3. No, knight c3 loses
Yeah,
material.
I think knight e5, yeah.
And now the knight on d6 is hanging. What else is hanging?
I don't know everything.
So if we take on d5, we actually don't have a discovered attack? No, we have. No, so how is we take here,
I think
right?
I think you can. Yeah, you think you can do it. I'm just trying to figure out what can I do here.
Because if queen d6, the idea was to move the knight. Are we going to e7 or to f6? What do you think?
I think e7 might be better,
e7.
yeah. And I'm saying that okay, I give up this rook, I give up an exchange, but I'm claiming that my activity is more important.
Which could be the case.
Could be and could also not be. I don't know at this point, you know. At this point, who knows? But I like sacrificing an exchange. I think you also like sacrificing an exchange. So we don't mind playing this with black pieces. I mean, we play knight d3, this pawn on b2 will be hanging. Play c4 whenever we want to.
Yeah, it does look
it's fine.
Quite comfortable.
Let's check.
So there is something better then, yeah?
Let's check the evaluation in the original position. Actually, I'm sorry to tell you, but rook e5 was clearly the best move.
Oh, look at that. Who would have guessed? Okay.
And after knight
just because
c4,
you're not pinned, yeah?
Yeah, because here we were saying a5, but in fact after a5, bishop f5 is very strong. Huh. And saying that after this, bishop c2 is winning the queen.
Oh, that is lovely, yes?
I didn't even consider playing bishop c2.
No. Okay, we talked about bishop f5 before, but it was to play knight c2 or knight d3 or bishop d3. Bishop c2 trapping the queen is gorgeous here, yeah?
I am shocked. I am shocked about this chess. So rook e5 was clearly the best move, but honestly, from a human perspective, it's scary to play this.
But from a human perspective, would you rather take on d5? Because that's also very scary. What do you want me to say?
Okay, because it's a bit early, I have to flip the board to see this from black's perspective. So let's see it now. What would I do? Okay, so rook e5 looks... Okay, it does look natural. But after d6, I have rook a7, so I'm not too afraid of it. Okay, if I take here, which actually happened, let's see if something would scare me, like knight e4. Would knight e4 scare me? Would knight e4 scare me? That's a very good question. Would it scare me? I think bishop g7, like we played, and knight d6. I would have to calculate. I'm trying to figure out if also I have some other scary variations in my head, but I think it both look scary, no?
They do both look scary, but it looks less scary if I don't pin myself everywhere on first at first sight.
Yeah, I agree. No, I agree. I think e5 break was a very, very nice move, even though objectively not the best one. Maybe bishop h4 first was a better move, apparently, given the engine, or bishop g3. But
We have to
yeah,
say that engine always likes these positions
always, always.
against the Benoni. So don't be afraid if you see +1. It's always going to be +1. But the good news is if it goes to 0, you're probably close to winning.
Yep, it's always
Joking,
like
but
this.
yeah.
Yeah, it is. Like, it is very scary to play this with white pieces if you don't, if you're not an expert in these structures. So yeah, I think very good opening choice by Lamparty to play this for a win.
So what is the best move here for white? Did you
Oh no, I didn't
also
see
check
it.
that?
Do
Okay,
you
you
want me to
didn't.
see it? Yeah,
Maybe.
okay.
Okay.
So, okay, the best move is knight
It's not
c4.
knight c4. Yeah, that was the other option, right?
Yeah, that was something I liked as well, because yes, you go here, you're also pinned here, so attacking b6. What is wrong with knight e4? It is in fact rook e5 immediately.
So we played. What did we play before?
What did we play? We play bishop g7.
Bishop g7. Yeah.
Yeah. So here, there are no tricks on f6.
Yeah.
Even
absolutely
okay, bishop
nothing.
g3. It's actually a trick, and now you go bishop g7. Basically, you say, okay, if you give up your black squared bishop, whoopsie, you have too many weak squares.
Yeah.
Which
with
is
a bishop pair as well, it's even more of a compensation.
Yep, absolutely.
In engine versus engine, +1 is borderline lost, but
we're not
engine
engines.
versus engine.
We are humans.
It's easy to make mistakes with white here.
Yep, absolutely.
If you are following Sharjah Open, I recommend you see, to take another look if you're following it at Lichess games. And if you didn't see them, I recommend you see them. He played Benoni with every color. How is that possible? He played g3, the knight f3, d5, c4, d4. So there you have Benoni with white as well. So that sort of ideas. And yeah, it looked like at some point he had absolutely nothing. It looked like white was in complete control, and suddenly something happens, and it was still turning around. They are very difficult positions. Laura, are you okay?
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm just trying to stretch a bit.
Yes.
I'm okay. I swear. I'm just so exhausted. I apologize to everybody. I cannot be on full energy mode today. I think it's combination of morning around plus some virus.
Yeah.
Nothing too bad,
But
just
are you
like some
feeling
cold.
okay?
No, I'm okay. I just
Okay.
I need to stretch a bit, and also stretch my brain, but let's not overstretch my brain.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
worry
more
about
difficult.
me. If I will not be okay, I will say it, definitely.
Okay.
I will complain about
Okay.
it. You will hear it from me. No, I'm fine. Just don't mind me. Just stretching also. Everything.
Yes.
Didn't have time to do my stretches
It's
today.
very early, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're saying that knight c4 is here?
Apparently knight c4 is very strong. Yeah, let's try to figure this out, actually. This is all I know, just knight c4. And why is this such an issue? Okay, our d5 knight is hanging. What is wrong if I go bishop e6? Is it just knight d6 that is wrong with it?
Knight c3, bishop c3, and a lot of things are hanging. Okay. So how could I try to do something?
Yeah, what do I do against it? I'm also trying
Maybe
to
some sort of exchange sacrifice again, but how
do we achieve it that we're happy? So bishop e6 looks logical. This is the first move we have to consider, of course. And after knight d6,
93.
Knight e3. Yeah, I like this. Yeah, I like
Let's
this.
see if it works.
The issue is whenever you take, I think this is very good for black. Like,
But this would be giving up the exchange, right? It's still, it's not, yeah.
But, oh, come on, you give up the 2 bishops.
Yes.
No, there's no way this is good, right? There's no way this is good for white, or maybe it is, and engine will disagree with me.
I think it should be okay.
I think 93 I like very much. So what can we do after bishop
Oh,
e6?
can you still go bishop? Ah, no, you cannot go bishop f5 anymore, right? Because after bishop
Yeah,
takes d5, the queen gets out.
yeah. Like before, the queen was completely trapped because the e-file was open, and
And
now
knight
it's not.
f6, yeah.
Yeah, also
Even this way it works. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody said chess is a very consuming activity in general. So yes, most players are also chess players in general. That when the tournament is ending, they're more and more exhausted. So I assume this is why in the last round we already saw 2 draws on the board 1 and 3. You know, why be even more exhausted when you can have some rest, right?
Oh, especially if you won the tournament.
Especially if you want the tournament. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes.
Do you want to check
No,
the engine?
actually, yes. So let's see if we were right.
Oh my god, yeah, bishop e6 is the best move. And okay, here apparently the engine would start with knight takes d5, because knight d6 immediately, we were right. Knight e3. And the engine, yeah, would still take here. Engine would play like this and go rook f8 and say, okay, this is slightly better for white because of the material. But because of knight c4, because knight f6 is the threat.
Knight f6. I was just noticing that.
Yeah, and here black has only one move to hold on to this position.
Knight d5. No.
Yeah, what
I
is
thought
wrong
knight
with that
d5
move?
to
Yeah.
cover f6. But of course, it's too easy.
It's chess is not simple today. Okay, today you have to choose to be aggressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, what
There's
is
something to do with
wrong
g2.
with it though? I don't know actually what is wrong with knight d5, to be completely honest with you.
Maybe it's not nice to have a pawn on f6.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
But we have the dark square bishop.
Interesting. Yeah, no, interesting. I don't think it's too bad, but yes, there are different moves apparently that are much stronger. Maybe I would
Is
go just
f5 one of them?
oh no.
No.
Too
It was a
aggressive.
very strange looking move, so could have been.
No, I'm looking at what would be wrong with king h8 actually. Why is this not a considered move? To avoid knight f6 check.
Yeah, but if queen f3 maybe? Is there anything there?
Queen f3, okay, yeah. Yeah, queen f3 looks...
I'm not sure it does anything, but just wondering.
Okay, I
And
mean...
bishop h6.
Bishop h6, correct. Correct. But, okay. Let's see, okay.
We have... Oh, no, we don't have. The knight is on f6.
No, I'm trying to figure out, yeah, if I can play like this, maybe. This would be the idea. Or sorry, maybe... No, okay, let's go.
You're looking at knight f7, right? But knight f7, if we don't have the knight on e4, it works.
Does it?
It works. Yeah, if we don't have the knight on e4.
Ooh.
Bishop f7, there will be queen a8 and then rook
like
f7.
this. Okay.
But I don't know where the knight from e4 would go.
Yeah, no, that's why I went here. I want to go to g5.
Okay, the queen is nicely placed on e7. There's no rook e8. Look at that. Full protection. And e5 is indirectly defended. So, okay, let me attack it once again. And maybe take it like that. Maybe this is working. Knight f7, bishop f7, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. Okay, so I think I need my first break of the day. my throat is starting to say no more talking for now. So if it's okay with you,
of course,
we should get more coffee and then we can return back to this position because it is actually very interesting to analyze. But
so
yeah,
please don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Yeah. See you.
See you. Hello, everyone. We are back. I am welcoming you this time. I will let Laura take a small, very small break from speaking. She's okay, but her throat is not feeling her best. So as you can see, she got herself a nice big cup of not coffee,
Yeah,
but tea.
I have both. I have both, to be honest. Tea and
Both.
coffee, but really for my throat, thank you, Raluca, for taking over. Because yeah, it's really starting to feel worse and worse.
So we're gonna let her rest a little bit, and she can give us her thoughts from time to time when she can feel like it. Merry Christmas, Laura.
Feliz Navidad.
Feliz Navidad. Yes.
Yeah,
I'm sure you weren't expecting a song on this stream and not Merry Christmas song. but-
definitely not that one. Yeah, so as you can see, when I make tea, I want it to be half a liter. Other things I do not accept, so these are the only cups I have that are half a liter. Also,
They
for
are
my
very
throat.
nice.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it's been
Yes,
we're in the
very,
middle
very
of
nice.
June and July, but okay.
It's okay. Some people never take off their Christmas tree. I have a friend who starts Christmas in November. They start putting up decorations, and I have another friend who just never takes them down because Christmas is the best time of the year. I don't know. I love my summer, but yeah, definitely if I had to pick some 1 month out of the winter month, I would of course pick Christmas. Yeah. But I wouldn't say no to my summer months. June, July, August, even September is still very nice. Sometimes in Romania we have a long summer. I think last year October was pretty warm. 2 years ago, I remember we had maybe 2 years ago it was autumn, but late October we were going out in shorts. It was super hot, something very strange for that time of year. And I have some updates for you. I have to tell you that during our break, I bribed Renier with some coffee, and he told me what he had in his book.
Oh,
You are curious about the recommendations that he had, and he said that yes, this line that we saw on the first board is actually in his book. He's going to double check that, but he has seen Sarana play another game of the name, so that he is quite sure that is in his book, and he has this line as well. No, sorry, this line as well. This line as well? No. Where is it? I lost the game.
This one,
Is it this one? Yes. This line as well, exactly with knight g8 and knight e7 and so on. And he would need to update with this as well. So he's following this round with a lot of interest to see what novelties people have come up with. And maybe, okay, we are following that very interesting Benoni, but now since I moved on to this game, just to tell you a little bit about the theory, maybe we should check what happened here, because we left it around here and thought how will white attack, and let's see if he did anything interesting. Okay, so the king goes to f2, where it's much safer than anywhere else. I guess he's right.
Yeah.
And now rook b8. Queen c1. Is he looking here?
Oh, yes, she is.
I think he is. For example, I see queen e8 here, which must have been an error of some sort. But then there will be bishop h6. Ta-da! Now it works even better. Because we don't even need to take, although probably this is the best.
Yeah.
Should go for checkmate, but this wins the queen.
A queen or checkmate? Oh, how will we ever decide?
Oh yeah, life's difficult. If these were the toughest life choices in a game. Okay, so he went queen e7. The idea being that if bishop h6, I guess that now he will defend with f6, right? And everything should be fine. I don't know if g5 will do anything, but I don't trust. It didn't do anything before. I don't think it will do much here. So what did he do? He played knight d1. Where is he going with knight d1? Is he maybe just trying to leave that bishop out of play on b4? And oh, maybe he could bring the knight to the king's side.
Would be nice to have a knight on e3, to be honest. Maybe bishop g5, forcing some f6, or maybe just bishop d2, knight e3, knight f5.
Yeah, maybe that's the plan. I guess on f2 is not doing much, even if I make it to g5. Yeah, I don't think he wants to take this pawn, but the pawn is attacked. Ah, he did take this pawn.
He did,
Okay, so
okay.
that was the pawn. That was the point. He wanted his pawn back.
This is the good start. And then maybe bishop
Fine.
c1, knight e3, who knows?
Ah, you might be right, and the knight would land on either f5 or c4.
I would
c4
really,
is quite nice.
yeah, both squares good. However, we are wrong. Just want to say,
We are
because queen c1 has been played, and not bishop c1.
Yeah, we are definitely guessing what's happening in this game. We got it all right. And bishop b5. Who is better here? Is it white? On board 4, oh, right, on board 4, the white player is under 10 minutes. Yeah, we're going to look at that as well. We're going to look at that as well. I think that was the Sicilian. In that game.
Yeah, the knight a3 one. Yeah, here who is better? In my opinion, black is doing absolutely fine because so far white has not showed any attack yet.
I think so. Maybe the knight on d1 is defending b2, but could it be that it's just such a passive idea?
That's why. Why didn't we go bishop c1 here? Because we are defending b2 and we want to play this. I want to know what does black do here. Maybe the issue was, for example, c5. Sorry, c4. But after, for example, king g2. Maybe knight h4 here. King g3.
King g3.
Maybe king g3. Maybe this rook is too passive, and white was like, okay, I don't want to play with this rook.
But you already put the knight on f5. Knight e3 and bishop d4. There's already knight f5.
Yeah, here you maybe have to take it, but don't know exactly what evaluation of this is. Maybe black is just perfectly fine because of this activity.
Yeah, I want to move the bishop away, but bishop a6, rook b1, I'm checking. And there are no little tricks here, no pins to use. Okay. We can check what happens after bishop c1. I just black can take on h4. And it's much better.
Really? Okay.
That's why queen c1, Laura.
Okay.
Hello, good morning, queen c1, defending h4.
No, okay, listen, I never thought that black would want to take the pawn on h4 because it looks like if this happens, then I have a nice attack. So I was like, you're bluffing, you know? I thought that black was bluffing, but maybe he was not.
No, apparently he's not, and black is much better here. 0.6, but with c4. Yeah, that was a nice move. So it works even now. I guess you want to fix the pawn on b2. That's why c4 is so strong. And I'm also guessing that if white takes, this is going to be very unpleasant. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, this is actually nice for black then.
You wouldn't want to go in here, right? Okay, so that's why he went queen c1, but now bishop b5, and this is already a little bit better for white. So
okay,
just one move,
wow,
and everything completely changed.
Okay, and what should white do after bishop b5?
Exactly what he did, knight g3, going to f5.
Okay.
So maybe that's why this is not so good, because it gives up control over the f5.
Okay, so h5 now being a threat, h6 being followed.
But I don't really understand how is queen f8. Okay, maybe he doesn't play c4, but queen f8 is the second best move. How is queen f8 better than bishop b5?
Wow.
Knight g3.
What is the point?
because c4 is always the plan.
And maybe knight wants to go to e7 after h5 or what?
Yeah, maybe that's why queen e7, but I'm trying to figure out why the bishop on b5 is bad. I guess it's because the rook is blocked, because I see that here the engine wants to play either c4, either bishop a5, so it has to do something with b2.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing. It's just a guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it wants to play a combination of bishop a5 and c4.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, interesting.
Ha! And h5. So on knight f5, it wants to go h5.
What the hell? What the hell? What?
Okay, let's turn the engine off before our brain collapses and go back to the live position, which is a more human one. Knight is on g3. Okay, but maybe the point is that the bishop on b5 is not doing a lot of things. I'm guessing that he wants to play c4 and have it protected.
Mm-hmm.
But now knight f5 is annoying. h5 is annoying, as you said.
Mm-hmm. Okay. h5, yeah.
I guess no?
Yeah, I think so. I would think so. Wait, yeah, I mean, h5 is always something that you have to look out for.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see what black comes up with, and let's see the big time trouble on board 4.
Yeah, very curious about it.
Let me make this a main line here.
Okay.
And we left it right here.
No, wait a second. So we left it, I think, around queen e2. Sorry.
Yeah, and they played exactly
how we expect, how you predicted, actually.
Yeah, I was trying e5, and it turns out that he also tried e5.
Okay.
Trying to see where this knight will go. And Aryan Chopra showed him where the knight would go. So he thought, actually, where did his time go? Here. He spent half an hour here.
Wow. I get it. I get it. I understand.
Whenever my opponent thinks for a very long time, I guess it's not the case here because e5 is a very good move. It's somehow reassuring for me because I always remember this saying that I heard. Renier was telling me that his coach always told him that if your opponent thinks for more than 15 minutes on a move, his next move is going to be a horrible move. Of course, he was using a much stronger word than that, but basically, whenever I see my opponent thinking about 15 to 20 minutes, I think, okay, your next move is going to be bad. And you know what?
Yeah.
In 90% of the cases, it's true.
Oh, okay. There's something onto that then. I will keep that in mind whenever I spend 30 minutes on my next move.
Yeah, don't do it. Long thing, wrong thing. Yeah, something like that. But no, it wasn't the case here. E5, you said it was one of the best moves. You checked this before when we looked at it, and this was exactly how the engine wanted to play. But it wasn't bishop e4, right?
It was.
It was bishop e4.
Yeah, we had exactly this on the board. Exactly this.
Oh yeah, and we thought we stopped here saying that, oh yeah, and queen a2 and whatever.
And I was like, blah blah blah. Okay, whatever.
I remember that moment. Yes.
I was like, black is fine. Blah blah. Okay, let's see what white actually has in mind.
So the rook is hanging on b1, but you don't want to move it because the knight is also hanging. And you don't have rook b4 because this guy here, even though undeveloped, is alive. So knight b6, probably only move as well. I'm guessing.
Well, I was thinking about rook b3, but why play it when you have knight b6?
Rook b3.
Looks awkward then, at least.
And on bishop c5?
Or even bishop d5, honestly. Both looks good.
Bishop d5, yes.
Yeah, so knight b6 bishop probably d5. The best move overall.
Knight b6, and he took, and is the knight coming out? Yep, it has d6. So I guess this is what he was trying to figure out, this whole line, because look at this. He thought here for a long time. Before he played e5, he had 39 minutes after e5. And now he stays on 39 minutes for a long time. So he blitzed this out. He figured out this long forcing line. B6. Okay, here he thought a little bit before giving up a full rook. It's normal. And now I guess he was trying to see if the knight is okay.
Mm-hmm.
So he went queen a2.
Yeah,
Is it because bishop a3?
Yeah. I'm curious why not to go, for example, queen b8, queen b7. I like queen b7, threatening e3.
7?
Potentially, you know. But also queen b8, I like it because then the knight, you need to lose a pawn, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
No, queen a6 might work. Yeah.
And bishop b7?
And knight d6, yeah.
Knight d6.
Now we don't lose a pawn.
Okay,
we
you
win
gave
it.
it a queen. Yeah.
That's why queen b7 maybe was a different option.
So knight d6 should be pretty forced.
Takes.
Takes and takes. And now you want to look at e3, but e3, f3 right
No,
now,
yeah.
right?
Or if the
And
f
it's
takes
okay.
e3 also is very
Ah,
okay. No,
of
not
course.
yet. I don't want to look at it
Castles.
yet. Yeah, castles. Yeah.
So how are we doing? We are equal. But a very strange pawn structure.
Absolutely. Weird.
Very
weird.
strange pawn structure. Yeah, it's 0-0.
Very weird, absolutely. Yeah, don't know who is better, don't know who is worse.
It's 0-0.
Really?
Yes.
Literally 0-0. Okay.
Literally 0-0, yeah. Bishop a3, apparently. Yeah, or you want to get the bishop out. I didn't see anything else, but yeah, I was curious how this position is. Okay, so this was possible. I don't think there's anything else, but I will check. Yeah, knight d6, e takes d6, and castles, correct. Actually, anything here, h3 is also fine.
Okay.
So no problems.
H3.
Okay.
Yeah, good.
Should we check what happened after queen a2?
Yes.
Knight. And castle.
Oh, so similar, very similar, but the queen was on b7 before, now it's going to be on d5 instead.
Yeah, maybe that's why he went queen h5.
Yeah.
He thought for a long time again here, 20 minutes. Do you want to see if the rule applies to queen h5? It looks like a nice move, but
yeah, let's check. Not a good move.
Not the best move. Okay, but who would play f3 here?
Nobody. No. Okay.
Okay, maybe. Yeah, I don't know if I would play f3 here. But he's already worse in this position. He must have gone wrong at some point.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the problem is the bishop on c1, yeah?
So that's why the queen on a2 is much better than on b7, because you don't also develop the bishop.
Yep.
Hello, welcome to everyone who's joining us. We are happy to see you today in this morning round, very early morning round for some.
I can only wave.
Laura can only wave. She has a little bit of a sore throat, but she's okay. She's gonna have some tea while I take you through the games. If there are any interesting games happening, please do let us know. Just to update you, we've had draws on 1st, 3rd, and 7th board. I don't think we had seen 7th board. Ceparino played a draw. No.
We haven't seen what happened. We saw the game, but we haven't seen how it ended in a draw.
We haven't seen how it ended in a draw. Yeah. I just wanted to stay just a little bit more with this position to see what's going on. Yeah, almost the same persons in chat since round 1. Thank you very much.
Yes, I appreciate
for being here.
Yes.
Working your brains with us. So what do we do here with black? Would we still play queen d5? I don't think so, because we don't want to let this bishop out. But what if we play something like rook b8? Would that be a silly move? I want to play rook b1.
I think it's logical, but you have to also be a bit careful yourself, not to blunder any checkmates on the 8th rank. Obviously.
So for example, if queen h4, maybe you are going somewhere.
I'm actually thinking
at least
about
a bishop, yeah?
queen g5 or some move like that.
Yeah. So here, even though it's not a checkmate, you probably don't want to go here, yeah?
I don't think so. I think here even d7 or taking, yeah, taking also.
Let's take the material first. It's morning, Laura.
It is
we
morning.
need the material to win. And then we figure out if We promote the pawn as well.
You know, sometimes even that doesn't help. So yeah, let's we're gonna, yeah, this is
Yeah.
GG's, absolutely. Yeah.
But I still like rook b8, so queen g5, just okay. It's funny, we could blunder the same thing even with the knight on f6, I guess, after d7. So I'm thinking, I don't know, just to make some moves, let's say h3.
Yeah,
Even
or
here, you could still... Oh, yeah. You could still blunder the same thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is now still a threat.
If you take the pawn.
Yep, absolutely. So rook b8 it's a strong move, but you have to deal with it, I think. You have to deal with it.
Do you think we could play f6? I don't really want to do that because e6 is a bit loose then. f6, queen g4, for example. You're like, what about h6? You want queen e7, yeah?
Queen e7, yep. Yep, f6 looks a bit weird, honestly, in general, like queen g4, you know, and you have to deal with it. h6 I would like to play, but on queen e7 I'm not sure what is my response. Yeah, don't know what to tell you.
I was trying to figure out if white could get checkmated on the back rank. Because there would be such ideas as rook b1 and queen a3, right? Or queen b2.
That's cute. That's indeed cute. But like I said, I think white will go h4.
Huh.
h5, h6.
We solved this one as well. Done.
Easy. 1, 2, 3. Only 4 moves. Only 4 moves. What else
we
do
now
we need?
checkmate in 4?
Yep. White to play checkmate in 4. Yep. This is exactly how it goes. A puzzle.
Important. Only white makes moves.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, so this game definitely interesting pawn structure. Definitely interesting pawn structure. I don't know.
We'll see what black goes for here. I don't know if you will go rook b8, but it looks natural, at least to get the rook active. Maybe there's something better. Like maybe you want to go after the d6 pawn with rook d8 and knight f6.
Yeah,
or knight f6.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
So making a space for the king, okay.
And if queen g5?
Interesting, yeah. After queen g5, what does he want to do? What does he want?
Now, even better. Knight f6 is no longer an option, so there goes my idea.
Yeah. Maybe it's time to play queen d5.
King g7. Maybe it's time to play queen d5. And on queen e7?
Can I play knight e5 or something? Knight c5, knight e5, not sure what is better. Looks weakening, yeah, it does look very weakening. g6 does look a bit awkward. Especially because white has black colored bishop. Did you notice that? And you go g6 like so easily. That's
I guess what he's trying to say is that you're not the white bishop is never making it here.
Well, it is, right? It is making it there. Well, if we play like we do. I don't know. This looks okay. Here we have to take care of e3, of course. Something to consider.
It's becoming more of a threat.
Yeah. I mean, f3 still works, but yeah. No, definitely interesting position in general.
No, I'm actually thinking that with a knight on d3, as you were suggesting, maybe e3 is even worse for white.
Yeah.
It's coming with more strength. So he went queen h4.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Similar
like
idea.
I like it, yeah. I like it.
Now queen d5 is not threatening that, but he doesn't play h4 anymore.
Oh no. Our plans are gone.
I'm sure he has his own, no? Which does not involve h4, unfortunately. So maybe king g7 and put the knight still here. I know, king h7, actually d3 becomes more of a problem. Ta-da!
Oh,
Just saying how this bishop is not making it.
it is making it. Yeah.
I don't know how strong it will be because there will be a passed
Yeah,
pawn on d3, but
that's true. No, definitely G6
it's an
weakening
idea.
move, Queen H4. I think this is
Should we check if g6 was
yeah, let's go.
strong here? Bishop d5, h6. Yeah, we're good. And what does the engine think about g6? Okay.
Not so bad.
Not so bad either. Still keeps an advantage. Drops a little bit of advantage. But and queen g5, yay, Laura.
Yay!
Queen g5 is the best move. And then the engine wants to play what?
H4, H5?
No, what does he
No,
want to play for white? For black?
for black.
Yeah, h4, h5. Yes, for white.
It is not Queen D5?
No.
Is it King G7?
No. It's too nice.
Too nice. Okay.
It looks too nice. It's something that we thought it looks terrible.
Rook B8? No.
f6.
No. No.
And why not? Why not? Why not? You get the e5 square. It's happy.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, still h4, but this is I wouldn't trust this. Yeah. I wouldn't trust f6 here. Yeah. The other move is rook e8. I guess queen e7 is a very strong threat, stronger than we assessed. Engines are crazy. Yeah, but it must have calculated really well. So I trust that queen e7 is a strong threat then, if it does anything it can to stop it. With either f6 or rook e8. But queen h4, it doesn't like it so much because then h4. You wanted to play h4. Oh, wow, and now black is actually much, much better with one move. Let me give you a chance to find it.
With one move.
What do we play here, guys? Black to play and get a very, very big advantage. It's not decisive. Well, decisive advantage, but not, I don't know if it's
E5,
actually winning.
Right?
It's e5, yes?
Oh my god, it's e5. Because knight f5 would have been the move in the other position. But here, where is the knight going? E2 or what?
I think so.
That's a terrible knight. E5 on the board. Aryan Chopra going all in as well.
Yeah, it's a bad idea to get low on time against very strong people. I guess Amilal was also a bit nervous. I don't know how he went into this into this game. I just wanted to check because I was checking some calculations here. Okay, he already has the norm, so maybe he's not nervous. Of course, he probably wants to get as many points as possible, but he already has the norm. We were right. Ilamparty, he needed 6, so should we briefly look at him again?
Let's go.
Ilamparty was on queen e7.
Wait,
whoa,
queen
wait.
e7.
So that's what he wanted, maybe. That's why he did this.
Queen e7, okay. Phew. I guess I have to take on d4, right?
I think so.
I don't think I have much of a choice.
There's queen a4 also, maybe. I don't know if it works. But that's the only maybe other way to defend it. But if we take...
Looks weird.
Take... Maybe queen d5, there can take on d4. Do we have any tactics? I'm trying to see.
I'm also trying to find, but somehow nothing is working. I'm wondering what if this is like queen d5 we're probably looking at as well.
But I thought, what about this?
Takes. And after e3, you just go f3, yeah?
Does this work? No, rook e3.
Yeah, no. Looks weird.
But this?
Yeah, not so simple.
No, there's bishop e3. What? How does nothing work here?
Yeah. This is bit awkward.
I cannot believe my eyes. There's nothing working here. Okay, we did something wrong. What did we do wrong?
Mm-hmm.
I also considered d3, and maybe it's just
Me too, yeah, me
the
too.
bishop.
But after, for example, move like queen e7, you know, like there's a threat of d7. Don't know exactly how can you stop it in a normal way. And whenever white's bishop comes back out to a3, which it will, I'm not sure. I think black is, with this pawn structure, it's worse, yeah.
Yeah, if we put this bishop out on e3 and the pawns here, white will be very happy. And they say in the chat that it makes sense to play f6 because the engine is defending dark squares, which was weakened with g6. The human weakened its squares, so the engine takes them back.
Yeah, that sounds like an engine response indeed. Oh, the human mistakes, let me fix it. Yeah, maybe taking on d4 is actually wrong. Can we
I
go
don't
back?
think we should take, yeah? What should we do? Queen a4 or is there something else?
But the problem with queen a4 is that white can even play knight b3 or knight c2.
Yeah.
And then I don't like it anymore. Wait, why can we not move the knight though? Why did we immediately... okay, I understand, yeah.
No, but you have a point. We can move it to c5 and then this doesn't work.
Yeah, but what if white goes d7 though? Maybe just queen d5 or something. Maybe
What about takes? Takes on d4.
You want to take knight d7,
knight
queen
d7.
It takes d4.
But queen d4.
But queen d4, yeah. No, not something you don't want. Definitely not. Interesting.
I thought there would be more here.
No, queen d5. I don't know what is wrong with queen d5. No, here, knight c5.
I'm sorry, knight c5, yeah. d7, queen d5. Okay. What about knight f5 anyway?
Oh my god.
But there's no threat, right? You could take on d7.
I think I take queen d7. Yeah.
Queen d7 or knight d7?
Oh, right.
Queen d7.
Works, yeah.
I was thinking that on queen d7, maybe knight h6, you have to play king g7,
actually,
right?
you're right.
The rook.
And then knight f... no, it doesn't work. And then knight...
But maybe takes.
No, actually, let's show this. Wait. So this. So white has these options now. Takes this, maybe even. Actually, this takes. What do you cannot take because the rook is hanging.
Yes.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is something you don't want to allow your right. So maybe knight here. And yeah, maybe this is better.
But is this possible to make a... no, because now I don't have the f6 square. So even here I could play because I don't have a perpetual anymore. This is what I wanted, but now it doesn't work.
Yep. But e takes d4 is on the board. Let's see what Aryan Chopra...
Should we check what was best here?
Yeah, let's do it.
Is e takes d4 best? Oh, yes, the only move, actually. The only move. And after queen d7, the right move is a move that I considered, but I thought it will not work.
Which is...
But now I realize what the second move is. And he has played it.
Is it e3 and then takes on c3 because you cannot take it with
that's what I thought. That's what I thought, but I think this is stronger.
d3.
Isn't this stronger?
Oh my god, d3. Whoa.
And if rook d1? Just queen c2, yeah?
Queen c2, yeah.
Queen g4.
Okay, I can maybe go queen... no, okay. Queen g4, yeah. This is not over yet.
h5, it's over yet.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
So this is winning because, as Laura was saying... Oh, queen d5, there's e4, we take here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So then this is hard to stop. because again, to any rook d1, it looks bad. But how do we end things here? Queen c2, there's still queen g4, and then e2 is available. There's queen d5 here. Queen g4.
There's so many good options. Where do I start with? What do I start with? Oh, thinking about queen c2 because you were forced to play queen g4, and then after h5, but you go to e2, so maybe you run away. Maybe you run away, so maybe not like that.
What do we play here, guys? Come on. Come on.
It's
It's
too
very
early for us,
Give us
so
some
please
give
help.
us some help.
Please. It is indeed very, very exhausting, these chess games in the morning. I'm sure it's very simple. I mean,
maybe somehow you can trap something. That made a lot of sense, right?
Yep. Okay, I could play h5 immediately, I think also. It's not a bad move.
Right, because you still cannot take c3. That's nice. So you're threatening queen c2 now.
Yep.
And that's going to be problematic.
Indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, queen h3 doesn't help. Yeah, no, I think this is it, yeah?
Yeah.
Let's see. Yes. Only, no, not the only move. Queen c2 also wins, apparently. But h5 is best.
Okay. h5, yay!
Okay, how does queen c2 win? Now I'm curious.
Yeah.
Queen g4. And what? You play bishop c6 and bishop a4.
Cute. That's a cute way of winning, yep.
But isn't this hanging now?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not, because h5 and then the queen can't defend both the rook and the pawn.
Yep. Mind-blowing. Chess
Somehow
is hard.
this engine is very smart.
Yeah, for some reason they put it on the Lichess, yeah, when analyzing games. We never understood
I'm
why.
panicking with this plays, yes. Yeah, I think White is panicking a little bit here as well. He only has 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock. So let's see, the current position is this one after e3.
Yep.
Probably this game will end very soon and not in a draw. We've only had draws so far. And let's see our GM norm contenders. Like this game was very interesting. We left it here.
I have to unflip the board so we can see it from White's perspective.
Yes. We were having fun here with this position.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
Trying to figure out which pawn to take. Apparently e5 was much better to take, but he took d5. So let's see what that, how that happened. What happened here? Bishop e6. And rook a3.
Yeah.
Nice, with rook d3 idea. We looked at, what did we look at? Knight d6 here, and it wasn't great because of knight d3.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep, exactly.
But it we looked at it without the knight trade on d5.
That's
Is there
true.
any difference?
Yeah, that's true. And
so
engine
here it
prefers,
works, apparently.
I remember engine prefers the knight
the
trade.
trade, yes. You said so, because here it wants to move the queen. So here there is a fight between who sacrifices the exchange.
Please take it. No, you take it. Oh no, I don't want it. Yeah, here
so
White.
queen e2.
Yeah, queen e2 I think looks very logical here.
Knight f1 and then knight
can
e8.
Decide. Yeah, knight e8 looks very healthy exchange to me.
Okay, so White will still be up on exchange. And then knight h2, and then, yeah, queen a8.
Yeah. What is this?
We've been taking a lot of things for the past 4 moves. It's about equal the engine things. I don't know. I don't know. Have we looked at board 6 yet? I think we have, but not recently. Yeah.
Yeah.
We will be back and look at it.
Absolutely.
Okay, but let's see how the game went. Let me see this rook a3, which stops knight e3 and threatens knight d6.
Oh,
Yes.
that's nice. Yeah.
And yeah, this is also a threat. But now knight f4. Yeah. Please take the exchange. Yeah. No, thank you. Oh, actually, I'm going to decide which exchange I'm going to take. It's the answer.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see.
I want to take e8, I guess.
Yeah, I think so too. You want to keep the bishops.
So now if we take this one here, how are bad things happening?
I think we first take the bishop on f2, and then we take the knight on e8, and because
Like that?
yeah, because of the
So
black
it's not-
squares, weak squares.
Uh-huh. So you don't think there's anything more?
No, I don't
It's
think
just a nice compensation for the exchange.
I think so, but of course, engine might disagree with me.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like there would be anything.
Okay.
Yeah, we probably have to do that. Okay, so he went queen e1.
Allowing.
Defense
Okay.
e5.
He's allowing
But
us.
he's allowing this, but has defended e5. So we have this.
Ah, but with the queen on e1 instead. Okay.
Maybe we could have actually had the same thing, like this here is queen e1, no?
Yeah.
Is the position.
Absolutely.
But with black to play, which, yeah, this here is white to play, and he went rook e2. Rook d8. And now he needs to get the rook into the game. I guess he wants rook d1 and bishop g7, and this is the current position. With bishop g7, black puts pressure on e5 and doesn't allow rook d1.
Yeah.
Because that would lose the pawn, and I think in this position, already black will be trying to win.
Yeah, if somebody's better, it's probably black, I think.
It's already 2 pawns, yeah?
Yeah, and this bishop pair, that's very nice. So
how would white play here? Would you take white or black, Laura?
So tough. So many tough questions. I would, I think, take black. I prefer to have my bishop pair and an exchange down, but a very good compensation. How about you?
I think black's position looks good as well. I think black's position looks really nice. There's probably enough compensation here. Do you think, again, this idea that we kept seeing?
Yeah, I'm sure we could see this idea for sure. We could see many different, also c4, maybe in the future, maybe rook d4. Yeah,
yeah, rook d4 somehow try to like to provoke h3 if possible, to use the dark squares.
Absolutely, I think this position is rich.
Rook d4, queen f4, or queen h4, you attack here.
Yeah.
Queen f4 actually to keep an eye on both. And a5 he played, yeah. You have to do something about that pawn on a4.
I think we have to play b5, yeah. And I think the point is that you're fixing the pawn on a6, like bishop b7 in the future could be unpleasant.
So maybe here queen c1.
Yeah.
At least he's releasing a little bit the pressure on e5.
Yes. Yes. I mean, maybe we have to go queen e7.
I think so. Yeah, now what is the question? I released the pressure on e5, but how did that help me? Yeah, I really want to make it to b7. Okay, he played b5, and I guess we'll see what white goes for. Would be nice to get queen b7, right?
Yeah.
To trade the queens. I think without queens on the board,
Yeah.
White might actually be comfortable.
Yes, I agree. I absolutely agree. That's why we went queen e7.
Mm.
Yeah, no, this is a rich position, I think, in general. I mean, if black has to play for a win, he's gonna try. And I think this is a very good position if you're in a must-win situation.
Yes. No, but yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is. So I remind you that Ilan Part is playing for a GM norm here.
Yeah.
He needs a win to get a norm. I don't know how many he has, but I know he's had a few good tournaments this year, so he should have already norms.
Yeah.
We are doing good. Thank you very much. Laura is feeling a little bit under the weather. She has been leading the analysis until today, but now I have kindly given her a break. She has a sore a sore throat.
No, it's yeah. I just feel slightly uncomfortable, and it's
let's let her
tired.
get
Yeah.
better.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Do you want to briefly check board number 6?
Yeah. And yeah, top boards drew already. That's because Sarana was winning the tournament. So I trust that he didn't. I understand why he made the draw. We have to see if anyone can catch up with Sidipov. Nobody can catch up with Sarana. So last time we saw this was the King's Indian with Fianchetto system against the King's Indian. And we thought this transposes to some lines with knight d7 because it was knight c6 from black actually. And he went for knight d7. I think we looked at similar things here. And knight d5. Yeah, remember this is an idea for white to put pressure on c7, and whenever black decides to take one way or the other, for example, if he ever takes this way, the c file will be open and there will be uncomfortable play against c7.
Yep.
So a4, yeah. This is typical as well. Laura was telling us that this is a common plan to kind of try to weaken white's pawns on the queen side.
Yeah.
Rook d1. And that's how you get rid of the knight on b5. Not really. At least got rid of one knight. And look.
h5. See? We
See,
have both
he's
plans.
playing. Yes, he's playing for both our plans. So we feel happy. I was mentioning the h5, h4 plan. Laura was mentioning the a5, a4 plan. And we have everything on the board.
Oh, yes. Very, very exciting.
We have a soup. Plans.
Yep. Okay, so f4. Ooh, okay. Like on h4, then you would want to play g4 yourself. So you're just prepared for this.
And now on f4, he goes rook e8.
Okay.
Ooh. And then it's time to kick out the rook from a5.
Okay, I'm not sure if that was actually necessary. I guess white didn't know how to continue the game. But okay.
It might make some small improvements, right? Because you get the d5 square back.
True.
So after
but
the
you
trades,
lose the a file though.
Yeah, I guess white is claiming that nothing is happening there.
Okay, you win some, you lose some. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah. At some point in the end game, when this knight goes away, yeah, you will say, "Oh, I gave up the a file." But for now, you are happy that nothing is happening. There's no entry square, I guess.
Yeah.
So back, of course. Right here, and he goes for f5. Okay, so we should probably check why he didn't go for f5 earlier, right? Maybe even instead of b4.
Yeah, let's check.
I'm guessing it usually happens that with a knight on d7, e5 is a very, very lovely square for this knight. But where is the knight going from e6? c5?
Yeah, I'm thinking c5 or g5. I don't know what is better. Let's try g5 so nothing can take it, right? Well, okay, bishop could, but that I would be happy.
Okay, so f6 you're saying is not winning a piece or even material.
I don't know.
Bishop takes, rook takes, queen takes.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it's okay actually.
Rook f1, queen d8. There's a pawn hanging on c7. Okay, just to show what I'm looking at. If knight takes, this knight is hanging. Yeah, so I'm looking at bishop takes, rook takes, queen takes. And trying to figure out if there's anything here. If there's rook f1 and knight c7. But I don't know if any of them actually do much. Maybe knight c7. Yeah, maybe knight c7 actually. And knight d5.
Yeah, this could be actually very good potential play for white. And
So,
after I'm trying to figure
rook
out.
where?
Rook e7 maybe.
Rook e7, knight d5.
Yeah, I take it. I know, then you take with another
There,
knight. Yeah, I was thinking I could
yes.
maybe sacrifice a rook
The
takes
exchange?
d5, but yeah, no need. No need.
And the bishop is hanging on e3,
It's
but I can
okay.
take with the c
Yeah.
pawn. Yeah, maybe rook here. Actually, rook here, no? No, but now the e pawn is free. There's a pin here, but this guy is free. Okay.
Yeah. And now I would assume queen c3 looks cute, but and then we take advantage of the dark squares.
With h4, bishop h6. Yeah, I like that.
Something similar, I guess. I'm not sure. Maybe knight e5 could be annoying potentially.
And this knight can go here.
Yeah, you have to go knight e6 or move the rook now. Knight e6 looks healthy. Okay, this is maybe not so clear, but
no, not so clear.
Yeah.
So maybe it didn't really work. But then, okay, knight g5. Knight g5 what? I'm also seeing that maybe I have some... Oh, okay. This is much simpler than that. You always say that chess is simple.
Yeah.
I should follow your advice.
Yep. Indeed. So you're saying that knight e4 doesn't work?
The rook's hanging on a5. That's what I'm trying to prove.
So this is better even for white because the rook is there. Oh, chess.
So knight c5, should we try knight c5?
Yeah, let's
Looks
try.
like a
Healthier move.
Better square for the knight. Okay, now there are no no tricks with the rook, at least not in a forcing way. So if we take on... I know it's not something I normally want to do, but I want to get f6 in. Sorry. So...
Yeah, I understand that you want it, but...
You don't see it, no?
How will you achieve it? That's a different question.
F6, you take it anyway. I have rook d7, bishop d7.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe just 95.
Maybe just 95. I was thinking, yeah, same thing. But let's say bishop takes b5, c takes b5, and can I go c6 or something? Or maybe rook b5.
You can even
what
take
do you,
it, yeah?
What do you do? Yeah.
I thought f6, but maybe you take that one as well, huh?
I will take everything as long as it works. But bishop g5 again, I don't know, and then knight I don't know, knight e4.
After f6?
Yeah, f6, knight f6, bishop g5. Rook e6 probably or something, yeah.
Knight d7 I think works as well.
Yeah, knight d7. Okay, this is not good for white. Yeah, not good for white.
How did we even get here after f5? Okay, there's one thing here that we didn't check because I guess it looks really bad. Nah, I don't think we should check that because takes, rook takes.
Yeah. No.
I was noticing that the bishop's hanging, so
I
thought maybe there's something there.
Oh, so knight
so what goes on?
Was the problem.
Do you want to try anything else, or should I see what
happened in the game?
Our friend.
Stockfish. Check the check Stockfish. Yeah.
Oh, it's good. F5 is good.
Is it the best move?
No, just take the pawn. You know, there was a pawn hanging here all the time.
Yeah, engine is just sus. Make him finding best moves somehow.
And what's the point?
Takes.
And rook takes.
Takes and I guess knight c3 or something, yeah?
E5 being the best.
E5.
And knight c3 is also good, +1, but e5 is +1.6.
Okay, let's
this
see
is
what
not
happens.
just because it's a King's Indian and the engine likes white, no?
Yeah. This is because it's actually good. Okay.
So
B4?
F5 worked. Yeah, after F5
Yeah.
it's +1.1. Knight A4 is +1.3. So yeah, F5 was good. But B4 he played, takes. Rook A8, we saw that the rook was hanging on A5. Now we understand players moves better. Knight D5. And now F5.
Okay.
Is this in a better moment? Yes, it is.
See.
It is in a better moment.
Okay.
So if he moves, I'm trying to see what if he moves because he took on D5.
Yeah, but can you not take on C7 just?
Of course, you take on C7. Yeah,
C7.
you're right. I was fixed on looking on taking the knight on from F6, but yeah. Chess is simple.
It's sad, but it's true.
Quoting Laura.
Yeah.
So takes.
Oof.
But this also loses the pawn.
Yeah,
right?
it does lose a pawn. But maybe E4 is hanging. Yeah.
So takes here.
Oh, F7 is now hanging. Oh, some checks could be on F7.
He's not interested.
Not interested. Okay. Let's see.
I think he's interested in the D6 pawn. Let's see if, yeah, bishop B6.
Okay. Oh.
Knight G3, bishop D8, and F1. We go back, you go here, and you take the pawn. Yeah. Okay, equal pawns, but the pawn on D5 and the bishop pair might have something to say. And rook E2.
I would like a lot of things to say here, yeah? But my throat is not allowing me. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Let's turn on the evaluation bar and we will see that
I think
white
knight C4 looks really good, yeah?
Yeah, okay. First start with this, which is absolutely okay, bringing the knight out and then exchanging it, which gives it a free way to push d6.
You forced the exchange.
I like that, yeah. Okay, maybe h4 is the best move now, but...
But even if he plays h6, this, and d6, this will be hanging.
I think knight e4 bothered him or something, I'm not sure. Big deal. Not a big deal. All good.
So even here, maybe knight e4,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to see that maybe here, yeah? This.
Yeah.
If knight d7, maybe now it's time to exchange the defenders.
Yeah. This is good. This is all
winning.
good.
Yes, winning.
Yeah, absolutely.
What about here? What does the engine think? Only +1.5. Only. With bishop e5.
Bishop e5. Okay. No, this is definitely something that white will be playing for a win and black needs to defend.
I think he will win. I think he will win this. There was a bishop h4 apparently. Yeah, maybe there was some bishop h4. I don't know. But okay,
this is on the board h4. Okay. Do you want to see what happened on board number 4 because we've already seen a resignation?
Yes. How did it happen? So he took this way.
And then he showed us how to win.
And the engine thinks it's a mistake and that in fact this was better.
Yeah, because
but we thought this was completely lost. Queen c2. What does it want to do? Rook f1. Yeah, the engine is like that.
Engine be like that. What to do?
Giving up the piece and hoping for better days than f takes e3. Which, yeah, it's not that it's a mistake. White is already in a much more difficult spot here, but the evaluation is worse on pawn takes e3. That's on f takes e3. So here, queen c2, correct. And look, he played bishop c6. Nice. We had this position, it's the exact position on the board. He went queen a4.
Even with the queen, not even using the bishop. Okay, let's see how this continued.
Because this forces the trade, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And white thought this is his best chance.
But
the trade would be probably over.
Yeah.
And takes on d2. No. So here takes this guy.
Ah, he took like that. Okay.
Yeah, extra piece.
Yeah.
Was there maybe a hidden trap here in case white was going for the rook?
I was thinking, but d7, right? D7
d7,
was
no?
what he was
Has to
probably
be.
considering, and then you're forcing rook rook b8, rook d8.
Still has to be winning, but maybe he had, you know, sometimes you see a position and you think,
Yeah.
this is where I could do something.
Yeah. Both is probably
Maybe he
winning.
can go, yeah, he can't go that. Yeah, probably also. So how did the game end? Just to briefly see. H6. Ah, what happened if he took?
Queen
Queen
c2.
c2.
Yeah, queen c2.
So there, bishop d7, blocking this. Okay, not going anywhere. Here. And rook b7. Okay, final try. And game over.
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah, here.
Okay.
There's here.
Yeah. This was
Okay.
the plan. Okay, very nice, win by Aryan Chopra, finishing strong. Is it next to Tsipido or not enough for Tsipido?
No, I think he had less points. No, he didn't.
Okay.
So let me just see. No, he has 5.5, so 6.5. Yeah, that's
Okay.
totally correct.
So catching up to Tsipido.
Catching up with Tsipido. And I think he also had better bullholds because
I always say wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he does? He have a better bullhold? Okay.
Yeah, he had a better bullholds. Out of this pack of players, Tsidippov had kind of the worst bullholds. He had 32.5 and Aryan Chopra had 35.
Okay.
Looks like he might overtake Tsidippov with the win, but we have to wait and see until all the games finish.
Yeah, absolutely. And I definitely want to jump to board number 2, but if you don't mind, Raluca, can we take a second break already?
Of course.
Get some more tea and
yes.
If you don't mind.
Let's give Laura a small break.
Yes.
If you just arrived here, she's not feeling very well today. She has a sore throat, so let's give her time to get another tea and get better.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for everybody that's understanding, and for you, Raluca, for helping me out definitely with commentary. Without you, honestly, I think I would already end the stream because it is kind of painful to talk and with my throat. Yeah, it is as it is. So yeah, we'll be back.
We are a team. That's why we're a team.
Yeah, that's very nice. So see you guys.
We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We have some more tea for Laura, and let's see what's been going on in
Yeah, let's see.
the games. Should we see board 2? Because I think things are spicing
Yeah.
up right now.
Absolutely, I agree.
So we left it here thinking that Black had a few ideas, maybe to get the bishop to f5, perhaps. And what happened was castles, h3, rook e8, and knight f8. This is also quite typical to put the knight on f8, but how? So now he takes. Is it because knight g6 is becoming a threat?
Yeah, I think that is the idea of black now. It would be to play knight g6.
Okay,
Otherwise,
so white really wants to take with a pawn there, I guess. Otherwise, it's not that great. Maybe not what he wants. So queen c2, and now he goes back. Yeah, this knight has done its job.
Yeah.
Has nothing to do on f8 anymore.
Yes, and also nothing on g6.
Nothing on g6. This knight usually stays around, right? Because you could have ideas with knight b6, knight c4 when white goes b4.
Yeah. Yes.
So guess that's one of the points.
Yeah, yeah.
And then g6. Yeah, he needs probably also this knight free. And the bishop was attacking h7. And you mentioned that h5 was an idea, yeah? And black could try sometimes an attack
eventually
on the king's side.
Yeah, how my opponent, Grandmaster Rasmus Vane, beat me was to play something like this and then slowly put the king on g7, played h5, very slowly. Like it was not something that happened very quickly, but very, very slowly, move by move, improved his pieces, and suddenly he was on g4, you know? So yeah, it's...
And nothing could be done, right?
Yeah, because the problem was I was an inexperienced player in this type of structures, so I went before. I went knight a4, I went knight c5, which is all good. I went a4, and then I made a rookie mistake and I played a5.
And you locked the queen side.
Yeah, and this is something you should never do. I thought it was good because I was almost forcing this knight to be traded or something like that. But you should never do that. You should always open up with b5. Even sometimes sacrificing a pawn is better, just so you have something to play on the queen
activity.
side. Yep. So this is what happened.
So good. Remember this.
Yep.
Keep options for counterplay. But white went... I guess he's preparing before.
Yeah, he's preparing.
Look, he's going knight a4 first.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
And rook c8 is also preparing for a lot of things.
Yeah, I think c5 is something you want to be prepared on with black.
But I'm thinking he's also preparing for this, yeah?
Yeah, this is also
and that's why he needs e8.
Very nice, yeah.
Okay, so no knight c5 for white.
Yeah.
And on b4, queen c7. I think we're going to see an idea with knight e8.
Indeed, I think that's a very nice idea.
Question. Could he have played b5? Because sometimes black can do this, right? And put a knight on c4.
Yeah, there are specific scenarios where this is good and specific scenarios where this is bad.
Probably this is one where it's bad.
I think what the issue here might be, I'm just trying to understand, is whoever is the first more aggressive on the A file would be better. So if I decide to go A4, for example, you start with this. After rook A1, again, I'm not an engine, so I don't know if this is actually good. Sometimes the issue is that you are the person that is doubling on the A file is the controlling these exchanges.
And then you take on b5 at the right moment.
Yeah, and b5 is good in some scenarios whenever black first plays a5. So if this works, then like this, if a5 works, then it's okay, I think. But if it doesn't, then...
Probably not, because the knight b7 maybe takes on c4 and knight b7.
Yeah.
Would that work? No, b4 is hanging. Okay. But you could take on a5, and rook a5 is not an option.
Yeah.
I mean, take on c. Let's take on c4 first.
Okay, let's take on c4. Yeah. I have a decision to make here. Okay, let's say I take with this one just to see.
And then here.
Yeah, and then here, yeah, and like you said, now this is probably good. This doesn't help, I assume.
Maybe the knight can defend.
Yeah, no, I think this doesn't help. I think I
maybe
could
it's...
even take it maybe and bring the other knight into the game and maybe play. I don't know. Let's check.
Knight b7 looks nice as well.
Immediately.
Yeah, here I want to have the knight on b7,
Hmm.
protecting the pawn for a little bit. I don't know how I can still protect the knight.
Yeah, that's the only issue, yeah, that after rook b8, I'm so sorry, but this knight might need to jump back. Yeah, okay, you could play queen c2, but yeah.
Okay, I guess just say there is nothing. Maybe there is nothing with my knight, for my knight there.
No, maybe there's nothing, yeah, after... Again, we should check the engine. I think here maybe after b5, so knight c5, knight b6, a4. Okay, so I am right about this type of positions. I'm very happy about this. And rook a1, yes. And this is actually in general better for white because a5 doesn't work because of... I just take on a5 first. Don't need to even start
And on
with
knight
bishop
a5.
c4.
Ah, b5 is hanging.
Yeah, also b5 is hanging, so you would maybe need to go knight d7 first, and then, okay, I can also take on b5, and yeah, this doesn't work. This doesn't work, yeah. Okay, so...
Okay, let's
but
see.
b5,
Let's see how.
yeah,
But,
that's
but
fine.
this was this okay? No, not so good for black. Yeah.
So b5, yeah, wouldn't work here, yeah.
He went queen c7 instead. And now white decides to go knight c3 back. Was there a specific threat that he's worried about? Or does he just regroup? I'm not sure what's going on.
I think
I
white...
don't think there's a specific threat, no?
No, there's no threat, but white has done maximum on the queen side as he has. So this knight will never jump forward. So we need to push it back.
Just rerun. Yeah.
And playing a4, that's the plan.
I guess there are no other moves. Okay, so knight c3 and a4 looks like plan. He goes a3 now since black attacks and takes. Okay, and now it's probably a much better version where black can play b5 and knight b6.
Yeah.
Queen d6, okay, because b5, for example, wouldn't work here, right?
Yeah, absolutely not.
But after queen d6, it will work. Knight a4, and he goes knight e8 first. I guess no need to rush.
I think, white is usually preparing to play b5. This is what white wants. And whenever this is played, I think black wants to push c5 himself. But like you said, yes, if b5 would work, that's fine because we are on the a file first, but we need to make it work.
Yeah, I guess white could white even think about taking on b5 anyway? Yeah, maybe not. But knight e8 looks like a good preparation. This knight generally goes to d6. But here it's going actually to g7. Let's see what happened. Captures. Now we cannot take because this guy here on b6 is hanging. So he had to go queen d8 and defend. And after f4, of course, knight g7 makes a lot of sense because d6 is no longer available and you don't want to allow things on f5. You would want to get something on f5 maybe. Oh, nice. I like this. This is very strong, yeah, because here white loses material, for example.
Does he?
No. Queen f2. Oops, sorry.
But I go king h1. I go king h1. Ah, but f4. Yeah.
f4.
I see. F4.
Yeah.
Yep.
And maybe e5 even if I'm lucky.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, you are correct.
So he decides that it's best to give the pawn on e3. This looks like a good decision. The pawn on e3 is easier to take, and also he gets some good squares for the knight. d6 he picked. Okay, rook a2.
Okay.
Clearing the a8 square for the other rook, and yeah, this rook goes here. And who is better here? The knight is cute on d6, but
yeah,
the rook on a2, what did you call it?
Nah, pig. Yeah. So it's gonna start taking everything, especially G2 if I'm allowed.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hello to Michigan. Back to
Oh,
Michigan.
Michigan. Oh, hello.
Thank you for joining us, our early stream today. It's not
Yeah.
so early anymore, actually. We're starting to recover.
Yeah, slowly recovering, even though I swear we are usually more enthusiastic in general, but today I am feeling a bit under the weather, so I cannot contribute so much also with my brain.
That is perfectly fine.
Just doesn't work.
Laura has been
It's
a
okay,
perfect host for
yeah.
8 entire rounds. So
Thank you very much.
she can have a small break. So queen c6. Okay, we take that pawn. What's going on here? Something on g2? Can we get there? Queen h4 he played.
Yeah,
Yes.
this looks a bit scary actually. For Queen f2 is a big threat also.
Oh yeah.
I mean, not a
And
huge.
bishop h3, no?
Yeah, okay, bishop h3. Oh
Maybe
yeah.
huge.
Huge, maybe huge. Yeah.
That's why queen f3.
Okay, makes sense.
Knight h5 and now f5.
Huh. Funny.
Only way to go, yeah?
Yeah, 5 is very nice move.
So here and his plan was to go e2, threatening to get a queen.
Yeah.
But then there's this move. So after the captures, we have this. Okay, you have to keep the bishop now because the threat is to take and play knight d3.
Yep.
So bishop e4.
And could black offer a draw with bishop d5?
Yes, he could. Would he want to offer a draw? I would have thought that he could. But is it a draw, Laura? So bishop d5. I guess bishop f5, yes?
Yeah, but I am thinking about even bishop b1, but I think bishop f5 is the best, yeah. But yeah, I could even take on g2, yeah?
Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
Not so bad to take on
So
g2.
maybe bishop b1, right?
Yeah. But
rook a1?
Rook a1 or rook b2, I don't mind any of these moves, actually.
Yeah, you have a check all the time. And how is e1?
But
king takes, knight g2, king f1. Rook c8 maybe instead.
Yeah, rook c8. Yeah, I was just trying to see how is this situation. Who is getting who?
Here?
Yep, this one. No, f5 is very strong, probably.
f5. And then this is the only move, and now there will be a discovered check. 97.
97 looks deadly and taking on d5. Yeah. I forgot about this check because I was so focused on making my queen that
so he went rook d2.
Yeah.
But I just want to check if anything drastic happened, because when we went to this position, I don't know if it was an error in the eval bar over in the overview, or it was actually much better for black. So I'm gonna check with the engine. Okay, yes, here black is much better. -1. Queen c6, where did he go wrong? This was all good. Queen f3, knight h5, all good.
Okay. So
bishop f5. Hold on a second. Yeah, g takes f5. Bishop takes.
Yeah.
e2.
Yeah.
This is all good.
Okay.
Bad. Okay. Time to find the way to win. Time to find the winning
this is the
way for
position?
black.
Oh my.
This is +5 for black.
+5 for black.
Yes. So -5 basically.
Oh my god. Okay.
I saw the winning move, but I didn't understand it until the end.
Okay,
so
let's try to figure this out. Okay, first move I look at is e1 because it's forcing queen takes e1. Then I would give you a check on d4, forcing probably king h2 or something.
And then
but then queen f4. Yeah, queen f4.
Then queen f4. Yeah, that has to be it.
But
e1 was the move.
Okay, it was the move. But after king h1 instead of king h2, I haven't figured this out yet. There's no knight g3 because queen takes it.
Yes, with check even.
Maybe I still go queen f4 because I'm attacking the piece at the same time as knight g3.
Oh, wow. Was he very low on time? No, not really. 3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay. What?
So e1.
He couldn't figure it out. Okay, takes. Yeah, let's put it on the board. Queen d4. Now king f1 doesn't work 100%. Don't need to calculate.
Queen
it's
f4.
just
yeah.
Queen f4.
It's the best move, by the way.
No.
King h2 and king f1 best moves, after which queen f4 wins the piece.
Yeah. So king h1 is the only way that is bothering us right now. King h1.
And it's not queen f4. There's it's even a flashier way to win this.
Flashier.
Flashy. Look.
Oh my. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's adorable. Yeah. Okay. Going to g3 by force.
Yeah, you still have queen c3, but then there's queen f2.
No. Okay. Oh my god. However, the original position...
And if you want to be really cute, you have another move that wins, and that's here.
Oh my god. Lovely.
Oh, it's not this way, no?
No, first knight g3.
It's knight g3 first,
G2,
and rook g2. Yeah, I saw the checkmate, just the pieces went.
Yeah, just you have to decide which piece to start with. Yeah. But even though this was winning, I have to say that Wang Hao managed to swindle his opponent even in this position. Let's see.
He's now winning again.
Yeah, let's see what went wrong for white here. So here, after rook d2, king e1 was played.
Because rook d1 was a threat.
Yeah, so that's logical. So after rook d4, maybe white made a mistake here by playing b5.
He went b5. Oh, maybe that was it, because look, he sacrificed on e4. And then is the idea to go knight d3 and win a piece anyway?
Yep. Oh, yep. And a piece up for Wang Hao in this endgame. Yeah, queen f2 was not the best move, but he played it. Wang Hao played it. So you play like Wang Hao, even though...
it's okay.
That's good enough. No need to do more. But yes, knight c5 now on the board. So blunder by Nogerbeck by playing b5, I think.
Yeah, b5 had to be the wrong move. Okay, of course, this is not easy, right? I mean, in this position, it's easy for white to go wrong. So he had to move the bishop, but he couldn't just move it anywhere. Bishop b1, maybe? Or what else? Because rook d3 is always the rook e4 is always the threat, followed by knight d3.
What can you do, right? What can you do about it? Yeah, you have to move the bishop, I think, and hope for the best, yeah?
And give this pawn up.
Yeah. It's sad, but maybe g3 holds.
This g3 holds, exactly.
Maybe. Does it?
Black is still, minus 0.3 with g3.
G3, Yep, so you have to give this pawn up, but yes, when you blunder...
At least take the dangerous pawn on e2.
Yeah, this is important, very important. Wow.
So what's our current position? Our current position is this one, where, well, Wang Hao has stabilized very well. I don't think there's a way for white to even try to get the pawn from b6.
Yeah.
So that is... okay, so Wang Hao will win. Let me see where that would leave us. Wang Hao will catch up with Tsidipow. He will have 6.5. And how was his tie break before this round? I don't think it was very good because he lost the first... Yeah, it was 32, the Buchholz, so lower than Tsidipov's.
Yeah, I think chess played low, yeah.
And Tsidipow played Sarana today, so...
no chance to catch up on that.
Yeah. But actually the first... Buchholz tie break. Got one. Okay, yeah. So it just takes away the worst result.
You know, I just thought about it. How is the person that beat Wang Hao in the first round doing?
I think he lost yesterday.
Oh, yeah, he lost to Lamparty. Yeah, who's making a GM norm. Okay, he had a good good solid tournament, but then 2 losses
Yeah.
in a row. Okay.
Yes. And I think with the loss yesterday, his performance might have gone under 2600 because he was very sitting on a good performance.
Yeah, he
before
was, but
before this round.
1 loss with, yeah, it happens, and the increment.
Kazibek lost. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, he lost. Yeah,
In the increment. Yes, I didn't see.
Go ahead, yeah, please.
30 seconds. I guess that was answered
You know,
already. Thank you
everybody
very
in
much.
the chat knows, yeah, so it's very good. Yeah, there's no increment after move 40, so no added minutes, only 30 seconds per move.
Yeah, there's no second time control. And we have a result on board 5. So here.
Yeah.
White won. How did he win? Let's just go and c4. Knight f5. I guess h5 happened. Look.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And then he took this pawn. And then he said, I'm a pawn up. And I'm going to checkmate you as well. So he wants some 97 ideas.
Yeah,
G6.
that's cute.
Takes, queen c5. Apparently, according to the Lichess analysis, king g2 was an inaccuracy and king g3 was better. Yeah.
Interesting choice. Okay.
But this was a blunder. Queen
Yeah,
f6,
because
no?
of queen f6, yeah.
Yeah.
King f8, the only move.
And then...
Oh, he didn't even take h7 pawn. He was like...
I can do that whenever you want. Whenever I want,
yeah.
right?
Don't need it.
And rook c2. Yeah, he wants to avoid anything on b2, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You don't want to rush. Very nice.
Now.
And now if he's forced to,
yeah, I guess
he will oblige.
He's gonna do it.
Queen d4, and I guess black resigned because of queen g7.
Yeah, I think queen g7.
And
is...
white gets to promote the h pawn. Okay.
Nice Indian play. But see, so like it looks, it's not, the valuation was good for black, but it's not so easy when your opponent is attacking you. It's so easy to make a wrong defensive move.
Yeah.
So easy. And yeah, it turns around. It can turn around. We're not engines. What to do?
No. So this means that Indian is also on 6.5.
Wow, so many people on 6.5.
And Indian, yeah, his Buchholz was the same as Bank House. We will see what that will mean.
Depends
for the final
on
standings.
Their opponent.
Yeah, depends what their opponents did today. Black needs a win for his final GM norm on board 8. Yes, exactly. But I wanted to see what happened here. Just
let's go
quickly, because I see that white is much better. Yeah, thank you. So let's see the live position directly.
Ooh,
piece up, yeah.
Ooh, this looks like a...
I guess black had to sacrifice for the d pawn.
Yeah, absolutely. So this
and I think yeah, white will convert this. Maybe we will see a knight and bishop checkmate.
Oh, that would be nice. Yeah, better than a rook and bishop versus rook. We prefer
yeah,
to
much
have
better
pieces.
because that's winning actually.
Yeah, exactly. So this
and let's
good.
jump to board 8 then, which is very important for our for our well, GM norm count.
Whoa.
So, this
what happened
black
here?
Lost. Black is lost, yeah.
Wait, sorry. Can we go back to around here? Because this is where we thought that, hey, we're taking the pawn, everything's good for black. And where did black go wrong? I don't understand. Did we have to go f6 is my first question.
I have the same question.
Like, okay, come on. Like,
I wouldn't want to play f6.
Yeah, maybe black was bothered by this and it would end in a... I don't know. Maybe it would end in a draw, maybe not, but...
There's some perpetual?
No, I don't think so. I think black is better here because of these opposite color bishops.
Queen c1 is a very strong threat.
Very deadly threat. I mean,
For
okay,
example,
true.
a6 is not hanging.
Maybe this is, yeah, maybe you're right.
Maybe
Maybe
this is
there
a
is a
draw, yeah?
perpetual. Maybe it is a
Yeah, king
perpetual.
h6, queen h3.
Yeah, queen h3. Okay, so maybe as black needs to play for a win, he said, okay, let me try to force things that are not so simple. But yeah, the a6 pawn. Now he finally took it. Okay, and take on a6. But I don't believe that this is, yeah, this is now 0-0. So where did black go wrong? So we took more pawns. And okay, sadly we cannot go into a pawn endgame because this pawn is a queen. That's a sad moment for us. And again,
He doesn't want the draw, yeah?
black could have had a
Queen
draw, but
g4,
he
yeah?
needs to win. So he's gonna try to make this happen. But yeah, a6. Now this looks a bit scary. Yeah. Yeah, and now here
So
only 2 moves the draw.
what are the 2 moves? Queen a3 is not one of them, no?
No, queen a3 is not one of them. That's funny. I don't understand
So queen
why.
b3, queen e6 are the only other 2 checks.
Exactly, and these are the only moves that draw, and queen a3 doesn't. Why?
Why?
Okay, white didn't play the move, but apparently queen g4 here, and you run out of checks eventually. Well, in this case, if queen g4 happens, apparently you can go queen e6 or queen d1. Which is very
There were
important.
still checks from a3,
Yeah.
so I guess at some point.
Yeah, like this, for example, wouldn't win because of wouldn't draw because of queen
Yeah.
f3.
So you covered some
And
point.
oopsie, this is a check.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's the
Okay.
reason. But white went king g2. No need to play for a win. White feels very comfortable. No need to play for a win. And now this is again a draw. Now this is again a draw.
I hope black will take it because come on.
Yeah, better to draw
It's
and lose
about
a norm
time
than to
to
lose.
not play. Yeah, okay. You cannot win this anyway, right? How will you win it?
With a pawn on
the best chance is to
a7.
draw.
With a pawn on a7, you cannot win it. So it's time to take a draw. So Lamparty will be slightly disappointed in, but he couldn't do anything. The white played good enough, I think.
Yes, he's a strong player, so nothing less to expect from him. King f4, and we'll probably see the draw. So what is going on board 9 now that we are here? I'm just going to go to the live position because, oh, okay, so we have a nice rook endgame, which I think is supposed to hold.
Well, I don't think it's a nice endgame. I think it's a very boring one because this is actually very easy to draw. Black doesn't need to do absolutely nothing. He can move the rooks wherever he wants to. White will need to push at
It's
some
a rook
point.
endgame, so that must mean it's a draw.
Yeah, that kind of stands like this, but it is. This one really is. This one really is.
I just want to check White's performance. Yeah, he's not in contention for a GM norm. His performance rating is only 2493. So yeah, he's missing a little bit until 2600. But of course, it would be nice for him to beat a grandmaster in the last round. But I think that Amar knows how to handle this.
Even if you don't know how to handle this, I think it's almost impossible to lose this, actually.
Whenever black threatens to give a check, you sit on the 7th rank, right? And then, yeah, if you play rook c7 and just place the rook on every square, it has to be...
Yeah, honestly, even rook c1 probably
even rook c1 makes a draw, yeah?
Yep.
Because the king will not... Actually,
he's
that's what
playing
he's
with
doing.
it. Yeah, he's playing with it, yeah.
No, it makes sense. He keeps the king cut off. He found he's doing a better defense.
Yeah. No need to check this game anymore. We can jump to maybe board number 10.
Yep. Again, back to just the live position. White is up a pawn. So we have Ilmas here with white.
Yeah.
We'll try to win to recover some rating loss after this tournament.
Yeah.
He's losing 11 points. Yeah. He hasn't been doing well. And what about his opponent? I don't think he will have chances for a norm. I think he needed many more points than that, but just to be sure. His performance is 25-24. Okay. But yeah, it's
No.
not gonna be enough. Maybe if he won today. But that's not gonna
But
happen.
even that, it's I think almost impossible. Yeah, to gain like 60 points or how
Yes,
much? Yeah,
yes.
rating performance. That's a lot. Yeah, this looks like yeah, black is defending anyway. Their opposite color bishop, so I do expect it to be a draw. But like you said, Mustafa is gonna fight this out for a long, long time.
Where is Afruza? Where is she? She was on board 10, was she?
12, 12.
12.
Mm-hmm.
Let's check her.
Yes, let's go.
Let's check her game. Again, let's see. We thought that this was about equal.
Yeah.
And she would hold comfortably here. And this is the current position.
Ooh.
Still looking comfortable enough, right?
I think still looking very comfortable. I think she must be very happy with her play in this tournament. No complaints, really. No complaints at all.
No. I'm just saying if White could try anything, because who is playing here for a win?
Yeah, good question.
Maybe she's playing for a win. She wants knight d4, and maybe she wants. Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, she could definitely play this
knight
for a
d1
win.
is going here, so maybe actually White is trying to do something about the a6 pawn.
Yeah, no, definitely White will maybe, for example, after this, knight c3, let's say bishop c4, maybe White will push this pawn to a5. Bishop, no, I was thinking maybe push a pawn there, then put the bishop on b6, and then maybe play knight c5 or something like this, and then sacrifice the rook sometimes, and then push the pawn forever.
So you have those ideas.
No, there are some ideas definitely, but I don't know if they're strong.
Yeah, I have some info on Grandmaster Murtas Kasgaleyev. Yeah, he's a very famous, I would say, Grandmaster. Yeah, his peak rating was 2650. Yeah, he's a very strong Grandmaster. I have seen a lot of his games. He's probably just not doing very well in this tournament, or maybe he hasn't been playing a lot. Maybe he's doing actually well here, because how is he doing? Back to live view. Let's see the position. He's actually winning, yeah, this position, we said.
Yeah.
He has the extra piece, looking to advance his pawn even further.
I think this is a very nice result by Casgaleo.
And he will be gaining some rating. Okay, look at that. He's gaining 15 points before this round. And if he wins today, he will gain a few more. At 2500, it's very difficult to gain rating. So with 15 rating points, it's already a lot of rating for a tournament.
Definitely very good. Very, very good result. Yeah, actually, yesterday, did you see that Olivia Kielbasa actually did make a GM norm at the end?
She did. She won 2 games.
Yeah.
Nice.
At least I think she beat 3 grandmasters at the end.
Awesome.
And she also won 33
impressive.
points, you know, with 10 coefficient, which is also like, wow, yeah, insane.
Yes. Very nice. Congratulations to her. Yeah, that's very, very difficult to achieve.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, very impressive chess.
I think board, what was it, 16 was mentioned? I lost it now.
Sorry, can we just...
Do you want to see something?
Just board number 10, because I see there might have been some blunder by black here.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Yeah. and b5 on the board, and this is a big trouble. Huge trouble, in fact, because whenever we come here, and let's say that the bishop does defend it, we lose this pawn.
Yep.
Which is very important. And I think Mustafa did swindle his opponent.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
We have seen him so many times on the being
board.
swindled side of things. Okay, but he found this idea with king c5, which defends the pawn, so he will defend. Now, I guess that the question is for how long the bishop will be able to defend without dropping anything. I'm guessing that, okay, first step is to put the king here.
Yeah.
Make sure the bishop is tied up to the defense, and then do something on the king side.
Absolutely, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, I would place my king on b1 or c1 if my opponent doesn't let me place it on b1. And then, yeah, I would play rook
h4 maybe.
d4. Yeah,
Oh,
maybe rook d4, maybe
even rook
even,
d4 to
yeah,
bring the rook, yeah.
try to
And
bring the rook, maybe
get
rook
g5.
d4 if it's allowed. Yeah, it's
King d3. I'm guessing that this is something we might see. I don't know if he has a different plan. Probably here black has to wait here, and if he keeps waiting, not rook d4
no, yeah,
just yet, but
just,
in a moment,
yeah,
yes.
let's prepare it. Like you said, maybe start with h4. That's maybe way smoother.
I would actually like your plan, but okay.
Yeah, the plan was if
I would
black
like
again
to do
does,
your plan.
if black does nothing, then I take myself and I win this
Mm-hmm.
endgame. But of course, black would not be so kind, but would take my bishop.
And do exactly what you wanted to do to
Yeah,
him.
yeah. So let's not blunder anything. And I think you had a very nice idea with h4, and this is, I think,
It should also work, right?
this,
Because
yeah.
takes. Okay, this will defend. We can still take the pawn, but I don't want to take the pawn. I want to play here, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And then take the pawn and
Later.
keep the rooks on the board. Because this is an extra rook. You don't have to actually capture the rook on h4.
Exactly, absolutely. This is the extra rook we're playing with, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we have this position right now. They are headed towards that. Okay, so there was a draw also on board 8. No norm for Milan Party.
Yeah.
And Khasgaleyev also won. Can we see the final position? Did he have to prove himself? No.
No.
He would just get the rook, not the knight, yeah?
Yeah, easier that way.
Much easier, yeah. The knight cannot stop the pawn.
Okay, so
we
that's it from the top boards.
That's it from the top boards. And if we could have partial results, we would actually have a partial standing. Because all the top boards finish. So all the way to board 9, which could influence the final standings. Okay, what is left? Let's see board 16.
Okay, let's go.
And again, just a live position. Oh, this might be another very long day at the office.
So I think Lee messed something up. Apparently he was much better before. Let's see how many pawns he was up. He was 2 pawns up. Yeah, okay. Oops, sorry. So let me just go here. So he was 2 pawns up. So how did he lose one? Aha, he could not defend it. Okay. Yeah, but again, he still has 2 pawns, but again, he cannot defend it. Okay. But at least the king is cut off. That's important. But again, can we defend this pawn and can we push it? Why did he move it? Why did he move it? Couldn't I have played this or something? No?
I guess so, but maybe the... sorry, when? Now?
No, maybe like this, for example.
Yeah, but I think Black's idea is to move the rook and take the pawn. He doesn't need to take it for free.
Oh, fair. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, just take it with the bishop. Yeah, okay. So that's why this was on the board. Let's see how black decided to play. Okay. So basically white is waiting for black to take. Okay, so we might have this endgame indeed. Maybe indeed. Okay.
Do you think he might have even offered a draw on rook g3?
No, I think we play this.
We play this.
I think we play this. Sorry, but
Yes.
I'm so sorry to tell you, but I think we play this.
Yeah. Anyone would play it, right?
Yeah, I think every human, except if you are really in a hurry to catch a plane and you obviously know that this is theoretical draw, you're just like, okay, take the draw and bye-bye.
Yeah.
You know, especially because the king is already cut off, so black would need to make some maneuvers to bring it out, yeah?
So apparently b5 was wrong. Yeah, it feels like b5 was wrong. But
how do you improve, yeah?
King a5 was good according to the table base, we are being told. But is it that easy to make progress here and push the pawn?
I think this is not so simple as we maybe think, but I think now we actually go forcefully to b6. Okay, bishop d1, I think is the move, or no, still we go bishop e2. We still go bishop e2.
Bishop e2 and rook c5 is the plan?
Yeah.
Yeah, but rook c5 maybe king b4.
Rook
d5.
but bishop c6. Oh, no,
Bless you.
thank you.
The cold is settling in.
Yeah, I actually talked to a doctor during our break, and she said it's probably COVID. So
Not again.
I have to, after this is over, I have to give go to
Isolate yourself.
laboratory. No, I have to go to laboratory to give blood to see if it's a virus or not, but she says it's probably COVID. Okay, what to do? What to do? It's okay.
Yes, we wish you a speedy recovery if it is.
Okay, thank you.
I
Thank
know
you
it's
very much.
unpleasant.
Yeah, it can really become unpleasant. You never know. Some viruses are very nice to you and some are just like aggressive. And today they woke up and chose violence like some chess players, yeah?
Maybe.
What to do? It's okay. I'm actually feeling better, much better than before. So I'm enjoying this
It probably
analysis.
comes and goes, yeah.
Yeah.
So b5, I have to tell you, is bad. Oh my god, we're so blind. Nobody spotted this move.
No.
Come on, guys, you could have told us.
Please tell. Yeah. Like, come on, chat. Are you even here with us? Are you listening? Bishop b5. Come on. How didn't you see
We
that?
trade that and you just push the pawn. Yeah, the king is so far away. We would win this even with the h pawn, with a pawn actually. Yeah. With the rook's pawn. Okay. So not rook c4, king a5, not bishop e2.
So bishop d1 maybe or something. Yeah.
Bishop d1, but then as you pointed out, this.
Yeah.
No, rook a4 and bishop e2, right?
Yeah, that's what
I made a draw again.
That's what I was thinking. No, maybe here rook g1 or something. Yeah. Again, trying to force bishop e2 and win. But then bishop f3. Okay, not so simple. Maybe bishop rook d3 or something.
Rook d3 is one of the winning moves. And bishop a4 is also winning. Apparently
bishop
easier.
a4. I like it. Yeah.
And why is bishop e8 winning even easier? Why do I need this king to be on h4?
Maybe it's easier to make some checks with the rook. Yeah, on e4, for example. Maybe later or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Who knows? Honestly, these endgames. What to do?
Bishop c2. Now I'm very curious, just, d5, rook a4. I don't have d3 for the bishop to get the pawn. So there, and I would trade bishops again.
Again, yay!
But rook a3?
Wait a second. Are we playing rook c3?
That's one of the moves.
Wait, there are more moves?
Rook c3 is one of the moves. There's two moves here.
There are two moves here. Okay, and the second one. Oh my god, is the second one king c5?
Yes.
Oh, that's so beautiful. And if you take rook b3, there's no way you can stop the pawn from promoting, even though you have a white squared bishop. Gorgeous. This is absolutely gorgeous. I love it.
So that's the plan more or less here. So then the rook will go to b4, yeah?
Yeah.
But then king c5.
Yeah, and then b6. And then it's much easier to...
Sure, this advances now.
Yeah, this is much easier now.
Oof. And b7 also advances with the bishop on d5. All right. But...
this is our life position. Exactly.
Did we learn it from Tudor's game already, or we needed a recap?
Yeah, we can definitely come back later when the king is maybe already on this rank.
Yes.
So maybe we can check what's happening on the other boards that are live first. I think board 30 and then board 10 and 12 just to see, and then we will definitely return here. So maybe just board 30 just to see what is happening here. There's a rook endgame that looks like it should be a draw because we're taking one of the pawns. Yeah, what? Wait, you're just giving it with a check? You want to go here. Okay. No, this is a draw, obviously. Even if the king does march down here, our king and a pawn are fast enough to promote. So this is gonna be a draw. No, Badelka lost her last game on board 31, so she really struggling, Badelka Olga, in this tournament. But at least she played a girl, so Kurmagalieva Lia did hopefully make a nice win for the last round, so she might end at least slightly happy.
Let's see if she's happy. I'm gonna check how she did overall.
You can check, and I will go to the live position here.
She's losing 18 rating points before this round.
Oh.
So yeah, slightly happier because she's not losing more. She's just recovering.
Maybe around 5 to 10 points she will lose. Maybe around 7.
But Olga was losing 27 before this round.
27?
Yeah.
Oof. And now she's gonna lose even more. She's gonna be over 30 points. Yeah, very hard tournament for her. She might be very unhappy. And yeah, Ruja here with black pieces trying to hold the draw because draw brings her on I am norm. So here she's I think she's still doing a great job making this.
She is.
Making
doesn't look like white has
anything, yeah,
any options.
This or this, even this, everything looks very stable for black pieces here. So far so good. Board number 16. So no, this is what we're watching it right now. Yeah, and there was Yilmaz still playing before, but he actually just won. Yeah,
he also won.
So this was the
black was convinced that he played h4.
Oh yeah, he did. Wait, let's see. Actually, this is exactly what we thought would happen. So now he really went here and.
Yeah. Yes. So he put their king on b1 so he could have this threat. Constant threat on the bishop, and now of course the pawn on b5.
No way of stopping it. Okay, you could say, okay, I can play this, but now you have 2 passers, and I think this should be. Oh, okay, this is easier win. But even
I didn't want to probably, but I didn't want to.
Yeah, and then you go into this pawn endgame, and of course this is winning. But I'm just curious, out of curiosity, this probably theoretically should be winning, right? No, it's a draw actually.
It's a draw?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought because of the 2 passed pawns. But yeah, I would never go for this.
Oh yeah, I mean neither. I would
and try to figure it out, yeah.
No, I wouldn't dare either, but of course just wanted to see what's happening. Okay.
Is it because white has the a pawn? Yeah?
It could be because there's an a pawn.
Yeah. Right, and then you stop the king. You stop the pawn with the king, and you stop this pawn. I mean, you'll sacrifice the bishop for the other pawn.
Yeah.
That's probably the issue.
That works.
If he had the h pawn and the c pawn or b pawn, then I think it would have been winning.
Okay. A very good point. Okay. Let's see. Okay, wait. Here some things have changed. Rook d8 is on the board and rook d2 is on the board.
And this is according to our small little bar. F4, okay, yes. She must have had the same reaction when she saw rook d2.
Oh my god.
What did just happen?
Oh. That is, I'm sorry, but if that happened to me with white pieces right now, I would be so upset. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I can feel the pain from white. I can feel the pain. I'm happy for Afruja, but I feel so much pain for white pieces right now.
I would resign, go home and cry.
I think I would start crying at the board. I was just like, what is happening? How am I so weak? Oh my god.
And look at that, white was only losing 1 point before this round, so a draw wouldn't have been that bad for him. Okay, maybe he would have lost 2 or 3 rating points.
See, this is actually proving a point that when you're in good shape and you're confident, you also get some luck next to you.
How is it? A good player is always lucky, right?
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, this is like honestly like your opponent is a strong player. You're fighting this end game, and then he blunders a rook. Like what? Oh
Yeah.
my god! I think I okay. Wow, this is such a shock here. Congratulations to Afruja for making WGM and IM norm in this tournament.
I wonder if she doesn't, or if she won World Junior Championships,
Yeah.
doesn't she get the WGM
No,
norm
but
automatically? No.
she won under 14, under 16, yeah, not under
Mm-hmm.
20.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise,
So
I
they
think
don't get it anymore.
if you win under
I don't remember.
20, you get a WGM title.
Mm-hmm.
If you win under 18, you get a WGM norm. If you win under
Mm-hmm.
16, you get a WIM title, and if you win under 14, you get WIM norm.
Mm-hmm. I didn't remember exactly how
Yeah.
it worked anymore. I know at some point you would get the title, I
Yeah.
think a few years ago, but yeah,
Yeah,
things changed.
the rules have changed indeed. It's making it harder for chess players. But okay, let's move on to our last position. Let's see if we know how to draw this. Raluca, okay, so king is
What,
going back.
Raluca? I don't ask me. I'm joking.
Raluca, please tell me. No, sorry.
So what? Let me just count. What was the last capture? Oh, move 66. Just okay.
Just now.
Yes, just now. Well, 10 moves ago. So there's only 40 left. At least the king's on f6. So okay, if we keep the white king cut off for a moment, play something like rook d2, rook d1. There he goes. Rook d1. Tudor showed us how to draw this.
Yeah.
By the way, he lost today. I was just looking what he did. He had recovered after two tough losses in the first two rounds, but ended with a draw. Yeah, it ended with a loss, sorry. So it was a very difficult tournament. I think he's still winning rating,
Yeah.
but it was a very hard tournament.
Yeah, very hard tournament. I'm sure that he playing strong players and gaining experience, you know, it's more important than sometimes just playing good chess. So very
He
good.
will be coming completely prepared to Benaske or completely tired. Which one of the two you think?
I think both. I think he will not. That means he will not be preparing for games in Benaske, at least not as much as he would. But at the same time, that means he would need to rest more to recover from this tournament. Yeah.
He will have a few days because Benaske begins on Friday.
Okay.
He will be. I know that they are traveling tomorrow, and I think arriving in Benaske on the 2nd. So they will have some days to enjoy the mountains.
Oh, that's nice. Okay.
Maybe rest. I don't think they're gonna go hiking. I think that does not include the resting plans.
No.
But yeah, just maybe small walks around are gonna be nice. If they have a car, it would be nice to also go visit some nice places close to the border with France. That's really beautiful.
Yeah, that would
The
be
cable
nice,
car,
yeah.
maybe. It's a lot of nice things to do around.
Yeah, I believe so. It's a nice scenery in general. Okay.
So bishop d5 and black is thinking.
I think so. Now that the king is going here, yeah, I would do exactly this, and now I go here. I go diagonally from where the king is going. I go here, not here.
Yes.
So that's why I'm sorry. I'm curious here. Just a second. So here, this why not to play this?
That's a good question because rook f8 is coming, and the king needs to get a bit closer to. Edge,
like this,
right?
he would probably defend. Yeah, like again. Yeah. I think this was already one opposition. Yeah. Okay, so he knows this. So king f4 on the board. Yeah, this
is also playing pretty confidently. This.
Yeah. I think this will end in a draw. In fact, we can check the chess results.
Yeah, I've been checking, but I didn't.
No,
when
not
I last
yet.
checked, there weren't. Okay, the rest of the results are actually updated. So I'm going to take a look at our partial standings.
Yeah, let's go.
No, that's not actually updated yet.
It's not, but we can see the standings before this final round, and we can see Sarana, the only one on 6.5 out of 8. The only one that could have stopped him was Fidipo. However, this game ended in a draw, so Sarana is the champion of Aktobe Open 2025 and gonna be getting some nice prize money as well. I'm trying to see the regulations.
18,000. 18,000.
$18,000.
Yes.
Oof.
Congratulations to him. That's a nice win. Oh, he played very well.
Very well.
We were impressed with his games from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he did win with 7 points. Now, what we had doubts about were the top three,
Yeah.
because we don't know how
Second, third, fourth, who will
exactly
be? Who will
how the
take the
Buchholz will be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
they will all be on 6.5.
yes.
Lots of people will be with 6.5.
I think Aryan Chopra having the best Buchholz so far. I think he's gonna be second.
Should be second, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Then
And maybe
yeah,
Tsidipov.
yeah. Then Tsidipo, then Van Gaal maybe, because then Sargsyan did draw, I remember.
Mhm.
So that means that he's not gonna be contending, and also
But there's
Zhu.
also Inyan who won, right?
Inian also won, correct? And Zemlyansky also won. But Zemlyansky is not in our top boards.
No.
Okay.
But Inyan will influence this because his Buchholz was very close to. Oh no, it was equal to Van Gaal's Buchholz. So
Okay. Yeah. Okay. We'll see. Definitely gonna see how it's gonna turn out at the end.
yeah. Okay. Well, do we have anything happening here? No, just almost 10 more moves played. And let me see what else. Yeah. We also have to congratulate Amilal Mindalai, who already got his GM norm, even if he lost today. He had already done a great job. He had done his job before the last round, which is always great to do. Don't leave it for the last round if you can.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he had already gotten a norm, even if he lost today.
Very good result. Very, very good result by Amilal, board number 4. So even though lost today, he had an incredible chess tournament. Yeah. So to sum everything up, just want to say, okay, let's just bring the pairings. So Sarana versus Tsidipo was a draw. Nogerberg versus Van Gaal. Van Gaal did win his final game, so finished it strong, sharing second place. Zhu versus Sargsyan ended in a draw. Then Aryan Chopra beat Amila, like we just mentioned. Inyan did beat Bocharo, and Kashgaleo Mutash did beat Zemlyansky. So then on board 7 and 8 ended in a draw. These are our top 8 results, just for you to know. Check it on chess results, on Lichess. Of course, welcome to do it yourself.
And you'll probably have to check yourself the standings, because even though we will follow this game, even if it ends in a draw, we won't have the standings updated. Usually the arbiters take a little time to double check everything, make sure there might be some delay between the moment the last game finishes and the moment they publish the standings.
Absolutely, yeah.
They also have to calculate the norms. They have to give out the certificates. Yeah, probably a lot of accounting stuff to do. Like you need to fill in some tax information if applicable, I guess.
Absolutely. So here, just wanted to mention there was this trick. Oops, we lose a rook, but actually no, this is now stalemate. I think in the middle of the board, that doesn't happen often.
Yeah.
Very, very nice. That's why this check was on the board, and king f4, king
he
d4.
insists.
Yeah, he's like, okay, please take my rook, please do it.
Go again.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. And here I think he's gonna go rook f6, go for a draw like this.
So he's not even going to suffer by allowing white to push him.
Yeah.
To one of the ranks. But usually you have no choice, right? Usually don't have a choice but to go to a rank. The final rank.
That's actually a very good point. I don't know if you defend like this.
I guess check and then king g5, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And then he can go again.
Yeah.
He played rook f5, so similar.
Similar. Okay, similar idea.
he can go around the rook now.
Yeah,
In
it's
case
even
of
better.
check, check,
Yeah.
and check. Ta-da. Not going anywhere. Thank you. I will just stay here.
Yeah, and this king is much better here because now it's diagonally from the white king. So this is something you want. And even yeah, if that's what was my question, what does black do if white just waits, basically saying, okay, move the rook again if you dare. But again,
Rook
yeah,
f5.
rook
Yeah?
f5. So he started with rook f5, and I think we will see rook e1 now.
Or bishop e4 maybe? Oh, that
Ah,
doesn't
no, rook
really do
g2.
much.
Yeah, he's not allowing king to come out this way.
So rook f6, I guess.
I think
this
rook
is
f6,
sort of
yeah. Rook f6.
way to move again.
Yeah, you thought maybe we played this, right?
But I don't think it helps. Rook f6 again could
Rook
work.
f6, yeah, and after this check we go here, and whenever you go anywhere I go back, yeah. So this is the easiest way to draw whenever you are on the defending side. I learned this, that it's easiest when you have the rook on the same file as your king. Put it on f6. I just in theory it's easier than in practice, I think. But I think Agmano is showing us exactly how it's done.
Yeah, he's pretty confident. I think a few moves ago he was on 2 minutes, and look, now he's on 4 minutes. He's not wasting a lot of time thinking about this.
And we're already
He's
20
just making
moves
the
in,
moves.
22 moves in, so I assume.
Do we have a result? Because I remind you that we have a delay.
Yeah.
On the rounds, we have a 15-minute delay, so the game might have already ended.
No, the game hasn't. I'm also refreshing
No,
chess
it
results.
hasn't, yeah.
Because in case the game ended in a draw, we do not have to stay for the whole game. We could actually wrap it up whenever we want to.
And Laura can go see her doctor.
Yeah,
and get her blood test.
No, please, I don't want this to be over. No, it's okay. Should get tested definitely, just in case. It's not a bacteria.
Lock your
maybe.
family away.
Yeah, I will. The dogs, the cats, everybody can stay in my room. Yeah, no, definitely, yeah, uncomfortable virus to have, but I will survive, I swear. Yeah. I promise. You will see me next time on Lichess stream. Probably, maybe for World Cup. Hopefully. Lichess, please. No, but definitely, yes. It's always nice to commentate. It can be exhausting, but honestly, it's much better than playing, in my opinion. Playing is so stressful, and here we sacrifice the pieces that are not ours. So it's maybe even more fun.
And we blunder pieces that are not ours as well.
True. So
I'm glad Van Gaal had a good tournament. Yeah, he recovered after that first loss in the first round. That was very tough. And I was checking, how he did, how he actually finished. If he's still losing rating, he might still be losing rating after today's win, because with 2700, even if you beat a 2538 a player, you might not win more than 1 point. So he was losing 5 points. He might be losing 4 after today. And so he did recover. So king e5.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe white will try this way. But again, doesn't matter. So going here, probably. Confusing.
Yes, there he goes.
Confusing your opponent. Ah, no, I'm going from this side. Haha. But I think maybe this is the right move to go with. And after, or maybe even this, honestly. Again, saying, haha, take my rook, but no. This is stalemate.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's what he's going to do. Yeah, you just have to probably realize how exactly oh no, he goes to d6.
Come on.
But now king d4, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter though. I think after king d4, I think we go here, and basically
rook a1.
Yeah, and now
okay,
we go
maybe
here.
He makes a okay.
This is now again holding from this side, yeah.
Just similar.
Yeah,
okay,
very similar.
This. Oh.
So
king d4.
yeah, this...
king e6 okay. Is just another way to wait, I guess.
Yeah, that's good enough. That's good enough.
Rook a1, king d6 back.
Yeah, I think king d6 works very perfectly. Yeah, let's see. We can stay here for a few more moments until the results are in, just to see. We learn how to defend.
We learn how to defend, yeah. And okay, king d6. Most likely will be playing. So since this is our last stream today, chat, what are your plans? Are you going to play anything this summer? I know Laura has no plans for now, for playing at
Yeah.
least. She has a lot of plans, but not playing. So what are you guys doing? Will it be a quiet summer? Will it be an entertaining summer with lots of tournaments?
Yeah, we want to know who is playing who is playing what. Any good tournaments in Europe, in US, in Asia. Liverpool. Ooh, that sounds
Some rapid plays. Yeah,
mm,
rapid is also nice.
yeah,
For
absolutely.
+4 and losing rating. Yeah. Well, when you're number 1 rated player, that's
Yeah.
that's not
What?
gonna be nice. Oh, and the British Championship is coming up. Yeah, I have a few friends who will play there, or a few people I know
Oh.
are playing in the British Championship. A few people I even met this year. Aha, Newt is not going to play in the British Chess Championship, but Joshua might.
Oh, or we'll play in another
In another
category. So
category,
also,
yeah.
yeah. Also very, very looks like a strong tournament always.
We already had the national championships in Romania. Where they are always scheduled in spring. So I think this time we had them. Was it February?
Oh wow.
Maybe.
Oh
Maybe
wow.
February. It was February or March. Play chess with my father and nephew in the nearest park. That's a nice in Cismigiu.
Ah, not bad.
There's a park in Bucharest where people meet up to play chess. It's quite famous. They have the chess zone.
Let's see. Yeah, absolutely. So many good tournaments. By the way, board 16 did end in a draw on chess results. So Agamano easily holding Rook and Bishop
It
versus
looks
Rook.
like he's holding very easily. Yeah, it didn't look at all that he might have any problems. In Tudor's game, it looked like
there were more problems.
something was wobbly there. Like at some point, Win was stopped by the 50 move rule, right? We were seeing that.
Yep. So there was a
but yeah,
mistake, but not enough moves
it was
to
more.
checkmate.
It was trickier actually in his game, maybe.
Yeah. Okay, so that means that we can actually wrap it up for today. This game did end in a draw. No need for Agmano to prove it to us. I mean, he's doing a tremendous job for 30 moves or even more than 30 moves already. So again, even if this was lost, at this point there's not enough moves to checkmate your opponent.
So it's time for you to get a well-deserved rest. I am going to finish my luggage because I'm traveling today in 2 hours, I think.
Already. So
Yes.
busy.
I'm
So
traveling
busy.
today. I'm going to Valencia and tomorrow I'm off to Benasque. So if anyone is in Benasque, come by and say hi.
Yes, Benasque Open, one of the also nicest opens to general, and Raluca here, she can help you get there because it is a bit of a struggle. So she said
Yes.
you might help us next time we
Of
are
course,
curious.
yeah. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask me. I've been there for long enough, more than 10 years already. So yeah,
Yeah.
I'm learning. I'm still learning new things. So
We always learn. This is life, you know. It also like chess, you know. You think you know everything, but you know less. It's always like this.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think I just want to thank everybody that was here,
Me
that
too.
joined us for all the rounds and even this morning round, even though it was maybe not the same as before. I think Raluca, you did such an amazing job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura. You were an amazing host. Will I be back streaming on my own channel? I don't have any plans for now. I
Mm.
have a very busy summer. Actually, I'm
Mm.
leaving today and I will be away for a month and a half. I'm coming back somewhere in the mid-August.
Oh, wow. Okay.
We will be traveling from Benasque. We're going to Andalusia and then we're
Mm.
going to play in Granada. And we will
Wow.
see from there. Ranier is playing in Linares.
Mhm.
If any of you are around Spain, Granada, or Benasque, I will be there.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you gave up on Chiquitas and me. Okay, so you are our only hope. We actually discussed me and Raluca should just become Chiquitas, you know?
We should just do it together because it's more fun, yeah, than being
Exactly.
alone.
Why have our own
So
channels,
who
yeah?
knows? Maybe after September,
Yeah.
when I'm back in Bucharest and
Yeah.
I have my usual office and probably more time,
Yeah. Yeah.
we will. Who knows? You
Who
never know.
knows? Yeah, you never know what future holds. I actually had a stream not long ago, but then my graphics card died, so I was forced to stop streaming for some time, and now everybody gave up on me, which is understandable. I will also try to stream if I will have enough time, but yes, summer is always so busy.
Mm-hmm.
If not for vacation time, it's busy for
Yeah, there
chess
are a lot
time
of things to
and
do.
yeah.
I personally have a lot of things to do in
Mhm.
the academy, so that's
Ah.
another thing that if you are ever interested in, you can contact me
Mhm.
about the Killer Chess Training Academy. It's one of the best academies. Maybe I'm biased. I will say the best academy.
I agree. I agree. I heard only good things about it. So anybody want to learn chess on a higher level, I think Jacob Agard is one of the
Yes,
teachers there, and he has this.
he is one. He's one of the teachers. Well, he's one of the owners.
Also,
But I have to say that people are usually very scared about joining the academy because they think the level is very high.
yeah.
But yes, there are classes for very high level. There's actually one class called high level practical training.
Oh, okay, okay.
So there are classes like that for the GMs who are part of the academy, but it's very suitable for people 1800, 1900. We have 1600s in the academy,
Also.
so there's material for everyone. But if
Mm,
you want to know more at any point, have any questions, I'm here to answer them. You know
okay.
where to find me. Lichess, email.
Yeah, that's very nice. Yeah, I really do recommend it to everybody. I was myself thinking about joining it eventually, so definitely when I have some time in the future, I will check it out
It's a
myself.
carrier pigeon, yes.
Okay, that sounds good.
That's another way,
Please
yes.
send one to me as well, please.
Just to say hi, Laura.
Yeah, just to say hi. Are you well?
Get better soon.
Yeah. Oh, that's very lovely. Okay. So, yeah, thank you again, everybody. Thank you, Raluca. You are amazing. And hopefully we'll be joined together on some commentary in near future.
Yep, I really hope so. Thank you very much, guys, for joining us, and I hope to see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye.